Okay, Danny, I think, let me make sure we have everybody. I believe that we are missing Kim. Is that you?
I think Kim's on.
Okay.
I think we're missing Trustee Home right now. She said she needed a minute. I think she's trying to get on right now.
Okay.
Are we waiting or should we get started?
We have a quorum to get started.
Trustee Dodge Jr., President Trustee Dodge Jr., why don't you just take a roll call real quick and make sure we all chime in that we're here.
Okay. Are we all here? Trustee DeSerpa, are you here? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Kim, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Hello?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is Trustee Holm back yet?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think everybody's here.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
if someone's
Second, I think we're missing Trustee Osmondson.
Okay, G is in the middle of help. I'm gonna admit her. She's on now.
Okay.
Okay. I thank you, everybody. I will now ask, I'm not sure who has a flag, if they could lead the Pledge of Allegiance for us. Is there somebody?
I have a flag. Would you? I bet I'm not a board member. Would someone like to come in here and do it?
I have one outside.
Okay. Oh. Would someone would like to do that or come into my office? They can do that. Karen, would you like to come into my office and do that?
Okay.
I'll put on my mask.
Oh boy.
Come on in. Okay, she's ready. She's standing in camera, but yep. Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of
of the
United States of America,
And
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Karen Osmondson. I'd just like to welcome everybody to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Obviously, we're holding this meeting virtually. I would also like to say that if you would like to speak to an item on the agenda, you would have had to submit their comments via the Google form between 6 p.m. today. So next up, agenda item 3.3, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez's comments.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen briefly so that then we can see it. So first, I want to talk about some 3 wonderful students that we had. So starting in February, we had our Paso a Paso readathon with our students. We are now at 121 million words that our students have read. I'd like to introduce you to Cesar. So Cesar is a pre-K student. Rosalba is his teacher. I want to note that this little one read 108,000 words in 2 months. So we visited him at his house. We practiced social distancing. You can see we had we did have our mask, but as we've been told we took them off for that. Then we had Leah Murphy, who is from Alianza. So this beauty is a bilingual gal. So she spoke to us all in Spanish. I do want to say thank you to her principal and assistant principal who actually came to Aptos to wish her well. So she read 92,672 words. All this outside of school, I just want to note. And then you have Ruth, and she is from Hall District, and her teacher is Natalie Grant. And sorry, Alejandro Lemos is the teacher from Alianza, and she read 58,872 words. So their parents, it's kind of a funny story because when we were at Cesar, his family was so excited for him. Neighbors came out thinking something was wrong because they were cheering him on and doing such work. So I just want to notice that we were able to still honor them and give them what they deserved. You probably have heard we have been in a lot of, or we're going to be and have been in several publications on the good work that we're doing on distance learning. I think that it's really important because, and I wanted to show this and then I'll show the data sheet really quick, but I wanted you all to see the incredible work that our teachers are doing compared to other people. Okay, so this is started social distance learning at 0 days. And then the first line is 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days. You'll see we were right here. So they counted us as 7 days because technically we took a full week, right? But you'll see where we are. And I mentioned that because I want you to kind of see how long it took for so many school districts to be able to get to distance learning. So I want to make sure that people recognize the hard work of our staff. I know people have felt the hard work, and I think it's really important to recognize that work and show the good work that everyone is doing. And part of that was the reason why I really wanted to do this one sheet or data sheet. Because of the excellent work that has been happening in multiple departments. So not only working on communication, I'm going to come back to this one in a minute because I know that there was some questions on this one. But the communications with the 41 communications that we did just in 6 weeks. So in just 6 weeks, we provided 41 communications. This is really to the efforts of our technology department. We also had expanded cabinet, really everyone who would work those that first week where it was getting it. We do have 100% access to a device. That seems like, oh, no big deal to us, but that's why many of those school districts, it took up to 40 days for them to get it. We do have internet connectivity on the rise. If I would have done this this week, I would have had this at 1,000. We now do have all of our hotspots in. We sent out a survey to teachers. We had about 500 respond. 12 said that they needed hotspots. So they did receive them today, or they are able to pick them up today. I know that not all of them could make it today, so they're going to be picking them up soon. But this is some of the incredible work that the tech department is doing. So whether it's coaching sessions or drive-through, right? So they use this huge roundabout that's outside of the district office. And it's really a sight to see. The people come up in their cars, out of the window, they give their computer, they tell what's wrong, and right then and there, they fix it. And so it's really a great thing. And then there's also telephone support. Of course, our food services has been serving students since day one, right? We did not skip one day. Monday, the 23rd, we started. 16th, sorry. I almost gave them a week. But this is the important piece, right? So as our partnership with Second Harvest continues to grow and grow, we're serving more and more families. Also, more and more families are needing the food. We are serving about 11,700 students daily. And so I'm really appreciative of the work that Nutrition Services is doing, and I want to give them a big kudos. And then this is just about our community partners. So we had a really hard time because this is over 30 partners that is just noted here. But what we decided to do was just to highlight those that are currently doing direct services to students currently. And this is really important because a lot of people are almost paralyzed with this situation and they're not really reaching out to their partners. We've done the exact opposite and really kind of held them close, and we're providing a lot of supports and services using this. For instance, with CASA, they made sure that all of our foster students right away had a hotspot. They made sure that we were continuing to do the work. So I appreciate that. And this is who we are. If you're looking at the PDF, these are actually links, live links. So you can go into that. And then let's go back up to here. So this is the classroom, the amount of students that are on Google Classroom. I'm going to speak to this number in a minute. TK2, we have seen an increase of Lexia usage. That's good because it's a really great literacy program. And then we are still providing about 4,000 packets a week. There is a question in terms of this 96 active participation. So I wanted to give some information. We have been communicating with people who did not really understand it. So this right here is a week. This right here is a day in time. So this is not the weekly. This is not how many are doing it by week, but actually who signed on April 17th. So this is a date and time of when the students did that. I do want to note that we're seeing variability in students, for instance, secondary students participating in all their sessions, right? So for example, if I'm a high school student, I have multiple teachers, right? So I have 6 periods. If I am participating in 3 of those periods, or I'm participating in even 1 of those periods, then I'm counted towards this number, right? But this is what currently we can get from Google Classroom. I will say that just like our team is out in the front in terms of the other things that we're doing for technology, we are actually working with Google and working with them on their analytics so that we can get even better analytics. But one thing I think is important, and this is why I highlighted this, is I want to make sure that that people know the work that teachers are doing. So the students are engaging. So 96% of our students are on Google Classroom in any given day. Now, the question now comes, which is why we're trying to get better analytics, is what sessions are those and for how long, right? But the important part is they are getting on. And that is the reason why that's important to me is because that's part of the whole issue with the digital divide. So I wanted to make sure and comment that, but more than anything, the most important thing for me is to ensure that we're actually recognizing the work that our teachers and staff are doing. So that is my report, and I appreciate it. I will go ahead and unshare so everyone can see the board while they're doing their comments.
Thank you very much. Then we will now go to governing board comments. This is an opportunity for each board member to make a few comments. And I would like to start with Trustee Orozco.
Give me 1 second, I'm pulling them up. All right. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us virtually this evening. I hope everyone and their families are doing well and staying healthy. I have a clarification statement to make. At the last board meeting, my comments regarding special ed services failed to recognize the immense amount of work our special ed teachers and staff are doing to ensure our students receive the services and instruction they need. As a parent of a student at Duncan Holbert, I appreciate the weekly special ed distance learning packets, also known as a matrix, Parents receive with activities that support the IAP communication goals of students in addition to kinder readiness. I appreciate the speech and OT services delivered via telepractice, which are supplemental and not mandated by our current MOU, and the various other resources available through Class Dojo. So to all our special ed and general ed teachers and staff, thank you for putting our students first. To further clarify, my comments at the last meeting were out of concern for those parents who may need assistance due to language or financial barriers, lack of access to Wi-Fi, Chromebooks, materials, and or just learning to navigate the resources in place available. To that end, I have worked with Dr. Michelle Rodriguez to ensure that our Duncan Holber families get Chromebooks to access the services and resources available to them. Families were surveyed and 108 of them needed access to a device. Chromebooks are expected to be distributed on May 1st and May 4th. Duncan Holber has also now provided families a care packet with school materials, including paper, crayons, scissors, and glue to further support families. It is also my understanding that K through second grade students will be receiving Chromebooks soon, if not already done so. And at our last board meeting, I also brought up the possibility of making funds available for distant learning materials for our designated instructional services team, such as speech and language, adapted PE, occupational therapy, among others. As the president of the Paro Valley Education Foundation, I am happy to announce that we were selected to receive a $2,500 grant from Watsonville Rotary. The $2,500 and possibly more through other sources will be allocated to fund small grants for materials teachers and staff can apply to. We will provide more information once the application is available. We are also well on our way to celebrate this year's Innovator of the Year Awards virtually, and we will keep you posted with more information as that comes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Trustee Osmondson, are you still there?
So, so I'm going to say to everyone out there is that, for one thing, I was at the board meeting last time, but nobody heard me. I actually even said the Pledge of Allegiance, but nobody heard me. And I voted on all of the things that we voted on as well. I voted, but nobody heard me. So I'm here this time because I decided that maybe doing it at my home wasn't the best thing for me in terms of, you know, being able to be heard or whatever. So I came to the district office so that technology and whatever can make sure that I'm heard. So thank you for that. So I just want to echo what Dr. Rodriguez has already said. Just the incredible work that our teachers are doing for our students. And I've talked to a couple teachers and, you know, they feel good about what they're doing. And I've also talked to quite a few classified people who are worried about layoffs and stuff like that. And they're just, all the work that classified employees are doing as well, it's pretty incredible. And our food service and technology, I actually, when I was working for solar from home calling, and I actually talked to one of our technology guys, and I ended up talking to him a lot about what was happening with technology instead of asking him if he would want to do some solar. So that was fun. Just knowing all the work that he's doing in technology and all the work that technology has been doing on behalf of students. It's pretty incredible. So thank you for all that Maria has said about what they're doing in special education. That was nice to hear what they're doing. I like listening to you, Maria, as well. So I'm glad I'm here with you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Trustee DeSerpa, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. I just want to acknowledge the difficult and hard position all of our teachers and families are in currently. I want to thank all the teachers for pivoting their lessons. I know for many, many people, computers or working digitally is not their preferred method of teaching, and for that I'm truly very sorry. And I'm also very grateful that that everybody's hanging in there. So I got a beautiful video this week from a friend of mine who's an adaptive PE teacher in our district, showing her working with her special ed kids, and I was just profoundly moved by that, and I sent that to Dr. Rodriguez. So I also just briefly want to acknowledge the presentation that we heard during our last board meeting. I didn't do it at the time, but I want to acknowledge now the incredible amount of work that's gone into helping our teachers and families pull off this distance learning. And I want to just express my gratitude to everybody, including the administration, for making it happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Holm?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
So I was just saying that given the number of public comments that I'm going to be reading, I'm going to waive my personal comments for now.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Shocker?
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to all of our teachers, all of our staff, our administration, our board members, all of you. This is something that is a new situation for everybody. I want to thank the parents for keeping their kids' interests at heart and voicing their concerns and helping us streamline this process, because we can't do this without parents and teachers. We need them to keep our students healthy and to keep our students learning. I also want to give a big thank you to Barbie Gomez and Didi Vargas, who are now on Project 7, or Week 7 of Project Elder Care. Yay. I've had lots of kids making art for Project Elder Care. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Danny, for sharing it. We've got posts, and Maria, I think your boys did some too, didn't they? So it's a wonderful outlet for kids to be able to give back something easy they can do for the community at large, and the Project Elder Care really appreciates it. Also, I want to just let everyone know Watsonville Pell put out some little libraries. So there's free books available that have been sanitized, they have been cleaned. You just come, pick it up, take it home, keep it. And those are at the Pell offices. And sorry, I just have a party crasher working at home. Hey girls, you got to go out. I have a meeting. Thanks. Sorry. But thank you to Watsonville Pell for putting those out and getting books out into the community. And thank you to everyone for all that you've done. Thank you.
Trustee Acosta, are you there?
Hello, President Trustee Dodge Jr. Thank you. Out of respectful consideration for our tardiness and starting this meeting late and coming out of closed session late, I am going to respectfully waive my time and give that time for Trustee Holm to read the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will also be waiving my time so that way we could keep this meeting going. So next up, agenda item 4.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion. No, Karen.
Is there a
Karen.
second?
No second?
Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 5, I'm sorry. Approval of March 14th board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. Approval of the March 25th emergency board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion.
I'll
Do I have a
second.
second? Okay, I'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Approval of the April 15th emergency board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move for approval.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay.
I'll second.
Quick clarification, should we say special board session meeting? Because it wasn't an emergency meeting.
Yeah, and the March 25th meeting was actually a regularly scheduled meeting.
We have
Just
to
clarifying.
accept those changes.
We probably should go back and redo them.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll go back to approval of March 25th. That was a,
Regular scheduled.
okay.
March 25th was a special board session on the COVID-19 pandemic.
No, March
It was
25th
a-
was
It was a
scheduled.
regularly scheduled board meeting
It was a regularly scheduled.
with an
You're right.
update on COVID.
Yeah,
My
Yeah.
apologies.
it's okay.
Yeah, we
Okay,
have-
so
We're all confused.
yeah, so can I go ahead and get a motion for the regular board meeting minutes, approval of March 25th?
Move for approval.
Okay, second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. And so the April 15th was the special board meeting, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, can I have a motion for approval of the April 15th special board meeting minutes?
Move for
approval.
Second.
All right, we'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, agenda item 6.1, public comment. Do we have any public comments, Trustee
Yes,
Hall?
we do. Dr. Rodriguez, I know one person sent a PowerPoint. Do you have that available?
Yes, I do. I will go ahead and share my screen.
Trustee Holm, could you just state for us and for the record how many public comments you have that you will be making tonight,
Total?
please?
The total is 70.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't have any audio with this, so we'll just go through it.
And it is on automatic update. I'm not actually touching it.
Okay. All right, next we have a comment from Carrie Gill. And please don't consider cutting instructional aides and other classified jobs at this time. Our aides are already short-staffed and they directly impact our neediest students and their success at school. Our top administrators have huge salaries, huge stipends, and we need to trim from the top and not the bottom. If we must lay off employees, let's start at the district office and not with people who work with and support our students daily. From Helen Belanzi, President Dodge, Dr. Rodriguez, and board members. I'm Helen Belanzi, soon-to-be retired Director of Finance May 1st. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your support over the past years. 2 years ago, when I decided to retire this year, I had no idea the world would change so drastically. While this pandemic is pausing the plans I had made, it is giving me a wonderful opportunity of reflection, relaxation, and best of all, quality time with family. I'm confident as you navigate through all these changes, you will make the best choices for students, staff, and community. I wish you all the best. Thank you again for your support. From Eli Reynolds. Excuse me for one moment. Dear Board, this is Eli Reynolds from Bradley Elementary. I am writing in to let you know as teachers are doing everything we can to get through this so-called distance learning. It is a struggle every day to produce meaningful and helpful material for our students and families. The amount of work that goes into distance learning is unprecedented and is taking its toll. For some reason this week, more than others, is hard to get through. I feel like a lot that you have done recently supports our students and teachers, and you too are navigating an unprecedented time. I am concerned with how you are running your meetings. I had to pre-write this statement and my other statements you will hear later because I am still working at 5 o'clock when the designated time to write in is. I do 30-minute video chats with all my families each week to check in with students, and I ask how I can support parents. For a lot of families, that means waiting for parents to get home and doing the calls later in the day. There is no reason for you to have a 1-hour window for comments. It seems like you do not want to make this easy for people with comments. Do you think I only give my families one option on the time I can call them? No, I work with them and try to support all their needs, which means making sacrifices on my part sometimes. Best of my knowledge, most other local governing boards, such as Watsonville City Council, do not set time restraints for public comment. Everyone has to try new things during school closure, and since we accommodate our students' needs and do phone calls and meetings all the times of the day, the board should be able to do the same. Work with the public that voted you in and not against them. Thank you. From Megan Jacobsmeyer. Dear Board of Trustees and Cabinet members, I would like to publicly thank our Superintendent, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez, for her exemplary leadership. I began teaching in PVUSD in 2005 after student teaching in PVUSD in 2004. Currently, I am in my 3rd year as an LMT, Library Media Technician. Both my children go to PVUSD schools, and I could not be more proud to be a part of this district, especially under our current circumstances and how well PVUSD has handled these rapid changes. I did not always feel so proud of our district. I know that most of my change of heart has come from Dr. Rodriguez's cooperative and communicative leadership. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for all you have done and are doing for our school district and community as a whole. Thank you as an employee, parent, Watsonville resident, and community member. Your work is deeply appreciated. Keep up the good work. You are making a huge difference in our world. Warmly, Megan Jacobsmeyer. From Elida Guerrero. Dear President Daniel Dodge Jr., Board of Trustees, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez. My name is Elida Guerrero. I am a bilingual teacher, parent, and community member of Watsonville. I want to thank each and every one of you for your brilliant leadership and for taking initiative to make our health and wellness the top priority above all other matters. Also for keeping most of us employees at home and letting us work from home. I appreciate it tremendously. It has been hard to adjust to our new way of teaching, but we teachers have been learning a lot on how to do distance learning. It feels like the more we learn, the more we work because of our nature to help parents and students. I would like to take this time to also remind you that we are still under negotiations for our contract, and it feels like what we are asking for is once again going to be put to the side. I would really like to urge the board to research, evaluate, and redesign how we are spending our money in our district, now that we are going to have to see where our monies are going and if we have to cut positions and how much positions are earning, and what is most important and who is working directly with and for our students and community. Those are the positions that should definitely not be cut. Are the jobs we are cutting going to harm our students? Will cutting jobs hinder our most vulnerable students? I implore you to postpone layoffs. Thank you for your time and consideration, Elida Guerrero. From Susan Brutsky. I am a member of the district's Early Literacy Collaborative. This group of school district and community partners is dedicated to early literacy for all community children. Just this Tuesday, Dr. Rodriguez presented to the ECL a fact sheet highlighting some of the contributions that PVUSD has been making to our entire community. To only name a few, meals, parent information, communication and support, increased connectivity for students, families, and hotspots, distance learning for all students, easy to access support, and even online kindergarten registration coming very soon. This type of thoughtful and efficient response in what is an emergency situation has gone far above what we usually expect from our school district. These extraordinary times have called for exceptional service, and you and the district have helped out in so many tangible ways. On behalf of the PVUSD community, please accept our appreciation and thank you for making sure that during this critical time, your team prioritized each and every one of our abilities to stay safe and healthy and keep learning. Thank you to the chair, this board, Dr. Rodriguez, her leadership team, especially the superintendents, principals, teachers, and indeed the entire PVUSD team for the many and vital services that you are providing to us all. From Hannah Wilson, I ask the board to consider supporting a one-year moratorium on teacher layoffs. Ask the state and federal government for gap funding. Use those teachers whose jobs were in jeopardy to help reduce class sizes and support our children who need all the educational and social support they can get. Just 1 year until we have a better idea of what life is going to be like post-pandemic. I understand that there are going to be many competing priorities for what federal, state, and local funds that there are, but investing in our children and providing much-needed jobs to teachers should be at the top of that list. We just don't have enough information about anything to make good decisions. For example, what happens if there is a strong increase in enrollment over the summer from families who can no longer afford private school? If those teachers who are great and know that they are doing have already been let go, then you are in a position to hire new ones? That seems short-sighted. And that is it for the non-agenda item public comments.
Yanni, we can't hear you. I'll try to unmute you.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Next up, agenda item 7.1, employee organization comments. First up, we have PVFT, the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers.
And I believe Ava has something from Nellie.
We did not receive anything.
Okay.
Okay, so there's no PVFT?
If we, I'm sure she's listening. If she sends me something, we can definitely open it. I have not received anything.
Okay, and until then, we'll just move to 7.2 CSEA.
Okay. From Leticia Oropeza from CSEA. Good evening, President Dodge, esteemed trustees, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, and staff. My name is Leticia Oropeza, President of CSEA, PV Chapter 132. I am extremely angry, disappointed, feeling completely blindsided by the district when I was notified that layoffs were going to be presented to you this evening seeking your approval. Some of the positions on the list have been deemed essential, yet they are now being cut. How does that occur? It is not for lack of work because the district is going to assign the work to other classified employees. Who? What about their workload? I've been given different reasons why the jobs listed are on the list. I have questioned them all. I ask a no vote on Resolution 19-20-38 and that the district be directed to find a different way to reduce the deficit. Finally, Governor Newsom notifies 244,000 CSEA members last week that he has set aside $100 million for personal protective equipment, PPE, and school sanitizing reimbursement. Has the district applied for all of the extra funds that are available? Governor Newsom's address to CSEA members is available, and I can provide it to you if you would like. Thank you for your time and support.
Is that it for CSEA?
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 7.3.
I am supposed to be, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I am supposed to be getting something from Nellie. I haven't received it yet, but she said that she just sent it to me. So I guess if I can have permission to go back, she said that she sent a video. What I'll do is, if it's okay, I will try to find it, and then can we go back once I find it?
Yeah. So do we have anything from Pajaro Valley Association of Managers?
No.
Communication Workers of America?
No.
Okay, so we're back to 7.1.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Okay, I did receive it, so I'm gonna share my screen. All right.
Yeah, we're ready.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Rodriguez. PVUT and the district have been in negotiations since May 1st of 2019. The press has to go on a summer break, and we also signed an MOU to extend our contract to June 2020. We returned and continued to work towards making some language agreements in our master contract, but were suddenly paused to address the needs of the pandemic and distance learning. And now we're thankful to Dr. Rodriguez for continue negotiating our master contract language this coming Wednesday, May 6th. During this last month, our teachers have been working really hard.
Michelle, is it possible for you to turn your volume up on the video so we could hear it better? Hear her better?
It's as high as my volume will go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not all students attend. And some other successes have been our school counselor, Ramiro, taking his fundraising efforts for the Dream Club to social media and continuing to fundraise so that our Dreams Club students have monies to continue their education. PVUT was very, very happy to help in that effort. And another success for some of our members was establishing an appreciation caravan to appreciate the essential workers in agriculture. This has inspired the movement to move beyond Watsonville. The challenges that we hear are mainly a matter of clarifying distance learning expectations. And HR has been very helpful in addressing some of these clarifications. And another challenge is for some of the secondary teachers, in which when they establish their online classes, some of their students aren't as willing to continue remote instruction. So those areas are being addressed. And finally, a challenge for many members is their cost for Wi-Fi, that they, in order to ensure they have good bandwidth to address the need of delivering instruction, they have incurred a cost. So those are some of the challenges. I want to address agenda item 8.6. It's in regards to the reduction of classified staff. Educators provide a vital service for the district and to our students. And our instructional assistants in SILPA are an essential assistant to the teacher and students that they build relationships with. We need these critical site-based supports, not cuts. I hope that the board will prioritize funding those critical positions and reject any scenarios that sacrifices the site supports of our students. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge, you're still on mute.
I'm sorry. Agenda item 8.1, resolution 19-20-45. acknowledging May 5th as National Teacher Appreciation Day. This report will be made by Dr. Chona Kaleen.
Thank you. Oh,
Can I have a question? Would you prefer me to share the screen so that everyone can see the items in the resolution, or would people prefer to see the people?
No, I want to see the resolution. I'd like to see the resolution.
I will share my screen then. Okay, go ahead, Chona.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. It is always an honor and a privilege to present an action item that celebrates our Team PVUSD employees. First and foremost, I would like to personally thank all educators for their continued dedication and hard work to promote student learning. While the significant hardships we are all facing with this pandemic are certainly daunting, we are heartened to continually hear about the moments of triumph in our teachers' daily efforts to serve our students' needs, especially even navigating through distance learning. Nationwide, the Day of the Teacher will be celebrated on May 5th, 2020. And our PVUSD teachers are deeply committed to the success of every student and have many extraordinary skills they pull from to teach and reach and teach our students. As advocates, inventors, problem solvers, our teachers are playing a critical role in educating and shaping our children, the future of our country. They're kind, patient, hardworking, and dedicated and understanding professionals that mold our children's life in a positive direction. The attached resolution 19-20-45 highlights a few of the reasons why we want to celebrate our educators, and they merit the recognition and appreciation. Whereas the contribution of teachers is crucial in the lives of students, whereas economic and political and cultural well-being of this nation is enriched through public education and its teachers, whereas the Pajaro Valley Unified School District has over 1,300 certificated employees, whereas the Board of Trustees and citizens of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District are gratified by the dedicated hard work of our teachers. Now and therefore be it resolved that the Pajaro Valley Unified School District salutes its teachers and declares May 5th, 2020, the Day of the Teacher. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District urges students, parents, community members to take measures to give special meaning to this significant celebration.
And I did want to just note that we do have a present for them. So we'll be placing it in their boxes. So when they can come back to the site and safely do so, recognize it may be a little while, they will have that gift ready for them. So we do have a treat for them. Shall I tell them what it is? Or we do want it to be a surprise? So do we want it to be a surprise, or should I tell them?
I think you should tell them.
Great. So it is before the pandemic. Now you can, but before the pandemic, there was no disposable straws anymore. So what we got was metal reusable straws that have a case for it that has our logo and our saying on it. So every time that they go, they can be ecologically conscious, and they can also make sure and have a straw that doesn't split in two, and remember us for the contribution. We also are going to do a small virtual gift for them as well on the 5th, since we won't be able to see them.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we have one comment from Nellie Vaquera Boggs. And teachers are always ready to advocate for their students by standing up for better learning conditions, revamping instructional practices in a matter of days to deliver remote instruction, and showing up to provide their students with the tools they need to succeed. I think about the educators who have made a significant impression on my life, and I am forever grateful to them. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Before we take a vote, I just wanted to make a comment. I just want to say thank you, PVUSD teachers. It's because of you that I stand here representing Trustee Area 4. Thank you to my teachers at Miniwai E. Hall and Watsonville High School. Thank you very much, and I appreciate everything that you guys done. All right. With that being said, we have a first and we have a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? No. Next up, agenda item 8.2, approve student teaching agreement with Western Governors University. This report will be presented by Dr. Chona Kalim.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. This is the first of two agreements with universities for student teacher placement. It is recommended the Western Governor University Student Teaching Letter of Agreement for California be approved. This agreement is similarly structured to standardized agreements authorized between our district and institutions of higher educations. Students from the university and education programs are placed with a cooperating teacher or master teacher for experience, training, and evaluation. And the PVUSD cooperating teacher, master teacher receive a stipend in return. Western Governors University is accredited, and its goal is to establish a relationship of collaboration that benefits both our district and their teacher candidates within a collaborative environment with an aim to co-construct a mutually beneficial arrangement for clinical preparation and the continuous improvement of teacher candidates, and to share accountability for teacher candidate outcomes. The contract includes liability insurance provided through the university, and PVUSD may reject or release a student teacher for not meeting standards. Our past practice has been to approve these agreements so that and facilitate these agreements for student teaching, as it allows a district to identify and recruit highly skilled candidates before they reach the general marketplace. And the district continues to contract with a number of universities as listed in the action item, which includes local universities such as UC Santa Cruz and California State University at Monterey Bay.
Thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item?
No.
Okay. Any discussion from the board? None?
I'm a WG alum. I appreciate the work that they do.
No, good. Good for you.
Now can I get a motion to support agenda item 8.2?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
President
Motion-
Trustee Dodge Jr., I'm going to need to abstain from this vote, please.
Okay, one abstention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 8.3 to approve Cal State University Monterey Bay District Agreement for Placement of Candidates. This report will be presented by Dr. Chona Kalim.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. This is the second of the two action items regarding a contract with a university for student teacher placement. This one is California State University, Monterey Bay, who is committed to service in the community and applied learning experiences for students. This is accomplished through field education, service learning, internships, research, and other activities that integrate the student's academic study with practical experience. The initial term for this agreement is for 5 years, beginning with the fall 2020 semester, and the agreement can be renewed by mutual written consent between the two parties every 5 years. This is a standard agreement, again, to enable students in education programs to be placed with PVUSD master teachers for training and evaluation, and our master teachers receive a stipend in return. There's also provision, as with the other contract, for the university to provide liability insurance, and we have worked with CSUMB for years and have hired a number of student teachers into regular teaching positions, even in hard-to-fill positions such as science, math, and special education.
Is that the report? Okay. Any public speakers to this item?
No, there are not.
Any discussion from the board? Okay. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second? Okay. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
Aye.
President Trustee Dodge Jr., I'm going to need to abstain from this vote.
Thank you very much. One abstention. Motion passes. Agenda item 8.4, approve variable term waiver requests for art teacher. This report will also be presented again by Dr. Chona Kalim.
Thank you again, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. This is for approval of a variable term waiver for Ms. Kaylin Nygren, who has been serving as an art teacher at Amesti and Landmark Elementary School since 2018. Although fully credentialed at the state, from a different state, when Ms. Nygren came here, she needed to pass some requirements to get a credential in California. So she needs to pass the basic skills requirement, CBEST, in order to obtain a CLAD as mandated by California for a credential. Especially due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the opportunities to take the test have been significantly reduced as they're not available. Ms. Nygren requests approval of the waiver to maintain her position at Amesti and Landmark as an art teacher.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
No, we do not.
Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board?
No, let's just give it to her.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Oh,
Okay.
everybody
I will not call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 8.5, the Williams Complaint Quarterly Report, January through March 2020. Report will be presented by Dr. Chona Killeen.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. This report is a Williams Complaint Quarterly Report from January through March 2020. All school districts are required to adopt a complaint system as part of the Williams settlement. On a quarterly basis, Williams complaint must be reported to the board and the county superintendent. The report must include the number and types of complaint received and how they were occurred. During the first quarter of 2020, there were 0 complaints regarding the Williams Act that were submitted.
Any public speakers to this item?
No, there are not.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, could I have a motion to support 8.5?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, second.
I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8.6, resolution 19-20-38, reduction of our particular kind of classified employee service. Report will be presented by Dr. Chona Killeen.
Thank you, President Dodge, Board Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. For your review and approval is a resolution and exhibit to authorize the layoffs due to lack of work and lack of funds. This is about positions, not the employees, and we will make sure that we respect employee rights such as seniority and those delineated in the contract and state law. For some time, we have been transparent and shared the financial impact of declining student enrollment, necessitating the continuance of deficit spending. For the current year alone, there was an actual overall enrollment decline of over 350 students at the elementary level, resulting in nearly $4 million in annual revenue losses, with over 150 of these students going to Navigator Charter. As you can see from the attached visual, overall student enrollment is projected to continue the downward trend along with the expansion of Navigator. And as recently as the second interim report presented in March 2020, our administrative teams are continuing to engage in right sizing and position control. This requires looking at each position and the work responsibilities associated with it. From a purely operational standpoint, the layoff list involves positions where the work and responsibilities are no longer necessary or is being done differently right now. In order to ensure internal efficiencies, we are recommending the elimination and/or reduction in hours of particular kinds of classified service. To ensure compliance with laws in our collective bargaining agreement with CSCA, and more importantly, respecting the rights of the impacting employees, we will bargain the effects of the layoffs and reductions with CSCA first, and then engage in individual meetings with employees adhering to bumping rights or seniority protocols. Keep in mind that most of the employees will not lose their jobs as there are other vacancies available or other funding sources have been secured.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers to this agenda item?
Yes, we do. Hold on one second. Karina says, "Dear trustees, I'm writing to you to vote against cutting classified positions, especially of employees that work directly with students. We already have a shortage of IAs and BTs in the classroom on a daily basis, and our students and children deserve high quality education. PVUSD is not in a position to renew the contract with Assistant Superintendent Kristen Schaus. I don't think someone that earns a base pay of over $200K should have an assistant or multiple when we have a board of trustees and a union that has to intervene or direct the superintendent. Another alternative is starting with the superintendent and going down to the most paid salaries and reevaluating salaries and stocking 10% or more salary cut, especially if they have any type of assistant. As a parent, I don't think schools are supervised effectively, and to be cutting yard duty supervisors wouldn't be in the best interest of our students and children's safety with bullying that is actively going around at our schools. PVUSD needs to provide high-quality education that includes making sure students are safe inside and outside the classroom. I can tell you from observing my child's school during recess, 1 or 2 adults supervising 50-plus students is not acceptable, and if you don't put our funding where it matters, those that work directly with students, soon you'll be facing a lawsuit. Aside of special education teachers, BTs and IAs work directly with students are often the only ones providing any type of intervention support when you can't retain speech therapists or occupational therapists and are out of compliance in supporting IEPs, which seems to be an ongoing problem for students in this district and has so far been overlooked, but nonetheless can and will be a foreseeable lawsuit. I really hope you defend us and vote in the best interest of our students, which is to increase the number of IAs and BTs in the classroom to keep the ratio from student to IA-BT low so we don't have students that fall through the cracks and don't get their IEP needs met because we are overwhelmed with children that have higher needs. Your classified staff is very valuable, and you need to recognize and keep those positions filled to meet the number of individual students' needs met and student-adult ratio low. You will continue to lose students to the new charter school or other programs if you don't step up to the plate and make sure you are not putting a superficial show, but actually making a difference and impact where students are provided with high-quality education and are in a safe environment. Board of Trustees, today we need you to vote no to renewing the contract with Assistant Superintendent Kristen Schaus and no to laying off our classified staff. If the district needs to make cuts to the budget, then I feel the cuts should be made as far away from the classroom as possible, starting at the top. From Yesenia, I am writing this letter to tell you how harmful the proposed cuts to staff will be for all of us, especially in the crisis we are experiencing. Students need all the assistance they can get in order to achieve academic success. As classified employees, our job is to help our students develop skills to enter the least restrictive environment. When our jobs are cut back, it is not only us as employees who suffer, but most importantly, all the students who are so in need of our help in hopes of their educational and personal development. If the district needs to make cuts to the budget, then I feel the cuts should be made as far away from the classroom as possible. It should be the assistant superintendent positions which are eliminated or reduced first. As an example, the assistant superintendent jobs could be consolidated or eliminated. We are not in a position to renew our contract with Kristen Schaus starting in July. Her position should be eliminated or reduced by staff to not only allow us to keep classified employees that work directly with our students, but also allow us to keep our revenue budget to hire more staff that directly work with students. We agree that these are tough times. Let's remember that helping students is our goal. They should not be the first to suffer by cutting classified staff who work with them in the classroom. From Maria McKeeson, Dear Board of Trustees, reaching out to voice my concern regarding 2 issues which you will be voting on today. I am not in favor of the renewal of the contract or the layoff of classified employees such as instructional assistants and behavior techs. From my understanding, there is no, sorry, this is from Shelley Dixon. From my understanding, there is no lessening of special ed students coming into our program next year. How could it be possible to eliminate 13 positions in special ed mid-severe? From Brandon Dennis, thank you for taking my comments on this important issue. This is Brandon Dennis from Lakeview Middle School. I have 4 years experience in this district teaching life skills and in my first year as a resource specialist. I just want to advocate for our classified staff and stress that our instructional assistants are absolutely crucial to the success of our teachers and students. The common theme you hear from any special education teacher in this district is we need more highly qualified instructional assistants. I was fortunate enough to collaborate on the Educational Specialist Task Force this school year, and the issue of instructional aid training and retention was one of the most important aspects of these meetings. I asked the board to abstain from voting on this issue until we have more clarity on, more clarity on what the next school year will look like. how can we be so sure that we have a lack of work funds for the next school year until we are more sure what the next school year would look like? It saddens me that the board appears to be coming to this meeting with your minds already made up, because according to this resolution, you would be required to deliver notice of termination to these classified employees tomorrow. So I ask, are you actively considering the needs of our community, our teachers, and our students here tonight, or do you have pink slips written up and ready to be delivered? From Ana Campos. Today, let's talk about who is being targeted to be on the chopping block. The custodians who are risking their health cleaning the schools while most of us are working from the comfort of our home, whom have wiped vomit in your classrooms many times, the instructional assistants who help students with toileting, feeding, and challenging class assignments, the interpreter translator you have called many times to communicate with our Spanish-speaking families, the cooks and bakers in our school sites cooking with love for the children who might not have something to eat at home. Though they have helped us many times, classified staff are being targeted as non-essential. All these staff are essential to students like my brother, who is born with a disorder requiring a wheelchair and assistance, with toileting, eating, writing every single day. My brother was believed to not live past 1 year old. He's now 22, goes to Cabrillo, and graduated from Pajaro Valley High. Classified staff, such as the one-on-one, supported him, fed him, saved him from bullying, helped him to feel normal even when he needed help in the bathroom. Special needs students need classified to be their hands when they can't grab their food, to be their writer when they can't hold a pencil, to assist toileting, to help them eat when they're hungry. You are not only attacking employees, but the students themselves. For my brother, those people were not only his helpers, but sometimes his only friends at school. Isn't it hard enough for special needs students already? Thank you for your time. I hope you make the right decision. From Elizabeth Thorne. Hello, President Dodge, Vice President Holm, trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. I am very concerned about the large reduction of force in special education classroom support personnel. These amazing people enable our fantastic teachers to be as successful as they are. I do not wish to see anyone not succeed, not students, not teachers, so how does the district propose to provide IEP-required support minutes, pullouts, and one-to-one time for each teacher? A full caseload of students requires much more help than a single teacher with fewer IAs or BTs can do, especially in a severe, moderate, or RISE Academy classroom. These will be our most impacted students. Every student will need to have their IEPs reviewed if services are unable to be provided, or the district will be at risk of a lawsuit. More importantly, you are setting up our teachers and our students for failure. Please do not reduce classroom support, especially at this crucial time. Thank you for your understanding. From Lara Lenta, I am concerned for the number of IA support staff being recommended to be cut. Several parents were not happy with the number of IAs we had before. I cannot imagine their response if the number decreased even more. When the Mod Severe program lacks proper support, the health and safety of the students is put first, and their education is put second that day. I would not compromise their education IA removal. They already need so much support for daily tasks. From Sharon Paul, in these trying times when people are very stressed out during a pandemic, why would you lay off classified employees and rehire an assistant superintendent when they say they have no money? From Stephanie Howard, I do not think that this will benefit the students, the school, the district, or the classified employees, and will cause hardships on teachers, families, students, in future classroom scenarios. From Michelle Long, to the board, I am writing in to oppose the resolution 1920-38 to lay off multiple employees. Many of the positions proposed to be cut are in the special education department. This will affect our most vulnerable population of students in our district. Many of the instructional and behavioral tech positions are already understaffed and stretched thin, compromising the integrity of our special education programs and the safety of our students. If the district needs to make cuts, let it be away from the classroom. Please reconsider eliminating these positions. Our students deserve better. We can do better than this. Thank you, Michelle Long. From Marcy Mock, I am extremely concerned with the ideas of cuts of classified staff. Behavior tech provide for the safety of students, staff, and school. Instructional aides in general ed, mild to moderate, and severe moderate programs provide for academic student success. For the special education program, IAs lead small group instruction, care for students' hygiene, toileting, provide supervision and one-to-one instruction. In addition, there are cuts to yard duty staff. Yard duty staff provide for the overall safety of students. The cost of these cuts directly affects students, their academic success, safety, and overall wellness. This is not an area to cut. From Adan A. Paleo. Hello, I take particular issue with Agenda Item 8.6, a reduction of classified employees for the next school year. And the list of employees on the chopping block includes instructional assistants in SPED classrooms. I recently just got hired by PVUSD. I have plenty of experience working with youth, adults, and those with special needs. Earlier this year, I worked at Lakeview Middle School early in the year as an instructional aide, mild to moderate. During the time I was there, I did my best to help these kids out with their schoolwork and build connection with these kids. I've seen the struggle these kids go through with schoolwork and know without the help they could be failing and struggling. The teacher I was under also appreciated all the help I provided to him and his students, and I enjoyed work there. I currently work at a post-secondary at Cesar Chavez and was assigned one-to-one aide with one of the students. The instructor has 5 other aides to help her out with the other students and another one-to-one aide. Our teacher truly appreciates all the help we provide her as well as the students. This job is extremely important, and this field and the special needs is much needed. Cutting jobs in this section will only hurt teachers, students, and families. I ask the district to please keep these employees and have no losses. I am a resident of Watsonville, and to me, the work that I provide makes me proud of helping out my community. Thank you. From Felicity Rosenkrantz, hello, I am a doctoral student researching the impact of trauma on cognition, specifically the way trauma impacts a student's capacity to learn. The human capacity for social cognition, in other words, healthy developmental attachment and relationship, figures prominently in this respect. Many of our classrooms rely on a strong staffing component to support the creation of a foundational classroom community that serves as a remediating and therapeutic force in reshaping a student's cognitive and social capacity. This ultimately increases a student's capacity for developmental integration, allowing them to approach their full potential and move on to their next stage of proximal development. By cutting IA and BT assistance in special education classrooms, the district places itself severely at risk of sabotaging itself further by creating a backlog of children that in time developmentally regress, or in fact fail to make progress at the present integrated developmental level, only to hit a wall much later. This serves only to create future and perhaps more challenging issues. Neurologically, concrete windows of brain development exist that, when missed in terms of prevention, require more comprehensive and intensive supports at a later period in time. Our primary goal is to successfully remediate and provide the necessary support for special education children to progress. If we cut or limit our social and behavioral supports for special education children at a key developmental period, the cost and effort will require much later in terms of a single incidence and ongoing intervention will be much greater. Preserve funding by investing in prevention rather than a single incidence remedial intervention. Preserve our BT and IA support. From Erin Berkman. Please, for the love of Peter, Mary, Paul, and Mary, do not make a decision to cut any of our valued classified employees before Governor Newsom releases the budget for the next school year. If you fear there will not be enough money for these essential support staff, then it is highly inappropriate to make a decision to renew a contract for an assistant superintendent at this time. As a certified employee, I would not be able to do my job effectively without our classified staff. Our students need the support from instructional aides, behavior techs, custodians, yard duty, cafeteria workers, and more. Our schools simply cannot function without them. For example, there already is a lack of special day class teachers, and the district relies heavily on instructional aides to help run the classrooms and guide the subs if there are any. Imagine a special day class without a teacher or an instructional aide, and there is a sub. Please consider making any decisions to cut any of our classified employees until after the governor releases next year's budget. Thank you for your time. From Sharon Paul, please do not lay off any classified employees at this very stressful time. People are already anxious and depressed. We need all of our classified staff. There's not even enough IAs and BTs to cover when we are absent. Teachers cannot run an efficient classroom without us. We work very closely. I'm sorry. Teachers cannot run an efficient classroom without us. We work very closely with our special needs students who miss us dearly at this time. Please, if you must lay off, go to the top where it's already known to be top-heavy. Our custodians were never replaced after the last layoffs, but it's still expected to do the same amount of work. How can this be okay? Please look to the top if you must lay off. Thank you. From Chuck Borzos. We are here to serve our students. Instructional assistants and behavioral technicians work directly hands-on with our students and make a valuable contribution to the education of those students. We should not be eliminating IA and BT positions. From Cindy Engebretson, do not cut the special ed aides. They earn very little money and are essential devoted workers for our district. This cut would especially negatively affect those severe moderate classes. They are the classes who need the most help assisting and controlling their students. I see their work on a daily basis. Their jobs are challenging, physical, and relentless, and they do excellent work. They are in the trenches day in and day out. Our district is top-heavy with administration, and the budget cuts should be made as far from classrooms as possible. From Harold Hatley. My name is Harold Hatley. I am a mild moderate special education teacher at Lakeview Middle School. There is a proposal on tonight's agenda, 8.6, that proposes eliminating IAs and BTs for the next school year. It falls under goal number 2, which involves making staff cuts in order to balance the budget. Also on the agenda, item 8.11, is a contract extension proposal for Assistant Superintendent Kristen Schaus. Her compensation is $160,000 and $98 for the 2020-2021 year, plus benefits. I am sure Ms. Schaus is a valuable and necessary member of PVUSD. How many IAs and BTs would that amount of money fund? I am writing to you because the fact is I cannot do my job as a mild mod teacher without my IAs. I can do my job as a mild moderate teacher without another $160,000 administrator. I oppose item 8.6. Respectfully submitted, Harold Hatley. From Margarita Raventos. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez, and Cabinet members. I am asking you to reconsider item 8.6 on the agenda. I am a speech therapist who works with students from multiple SDC classrooms. The work I do would not be possible without our instructional assistants and BTs. They have helped me when a child needs that extra support to get through a lesson. I have seen them chase after students who are running into the streets. Until you have worked in an SDC classes, you do not really know the value of these superhumans. We need more of them. During this closure, they have made countless phone calls to parents to help motivate students and lead lessons through Google Meet sessions. Additionally, would you please wait on any cuts until the governor's budget is out? PVUSD prides itself on quality education and support for our families. I know you will do the right thing by keeping our IAs and BTs in our classroom. Thank you, Margarita. From Ana Ibarra. Dear Trustee, I urge you to reconsider your proposal to cut 7 classified positions in the severe moderate programs. These aides earn less than $40,000 a year, and they are important in the education of the special needs students. Behavior techs, RSP, and severe moderate aides cannot be replaced. It would make more sense to cut positions where a contract is over $150,000 a year, and there is more than one assistant to directors. Don't cut frontline workers who work with students and struggle with low wages. Cut expensive administrative contracts. For Melissa Weber, I took over a position as a special ed teacher at Amesti Elementary when the original teacher left in September. When I saw the proposal to cut almost 14 positions for mod severe instructional assistants as well as 2 behavior techs, I was appalled. Special ed teachers are in high demand throughout the state, and the district wants to cut staff that help these teachers. These proposed cuts are reminiscent of Republicans in Congress who are the first to cut resources for the most vulnerable. Where is the proposed elimination of non-certificated managerial positions or a vow to not give any managerial salary raises during the crisis? I urge the board to reject this proposal. Dr. Chona Colleen and Michelle Rodriguez should be ashamed of themselves, although they have nothing to worry about when they each make a 6-figure salary. From Vanessa, this will be hard on our special education class. I have a son that still needs more of the support teachers and assistants behavior techs provide. My son is a bright person as well as his classmates, and doing this will bring on a stress level for them as well as teachers. These kids are expected to be behind, but not having the support in class will only harm them. I ask you as a parent to keep helping our special education classes. From Yuli, one of the agenda items talks about reducing particular classified employees who work directly with children who need the help. These employees are already impacted by the amount of students they must help during the day. Does this mean that children should suffer the consequences of these reductions? Aren't we here for the children? Why aren't you looking at higher paid employees who do not work directly with children? This does not make sense. Please consider looking at other areas to make cuts, not areas that will make learning more difficult for students. Thank you for your time. From Sharon Fauske. Dear trustees, I urge you not to renew the contract of Kristen Schaus, Assistant Superintendent Secretary. Education, you are proposing to cut 7 positions for special ed aides, disproportionately in the severe moderate programs where they are needed most. These aides make very little money but are so important. In contrast, you are considering renewing an administrative contract for over $160,000 per year. This would be a disgraceful choice to cut our classroom aides and renew this administrative contract. Cuts need to be made as far from the classroom as possible. Don't cut your frontline workers while renewing expensive administrative contracts. Sincerely, Sharon Fausti. From Christina Morgan, Dear Board of Trustees, I am troubled to hear about the board's proposed cut to classified staff, including behavioral techs, instructional aides, and custodians. These staff members are essential in keeping students and staff safe at school. I urge you to consider postponing this decision until Governor Newsom's budget has been released. Thank you, Christina Morgan. From Tara Ballard, the classified staff in the district directly affects the quality of the education students get. Please don't cut classified staff. The staff I work with are amazing, and I would struggle to do my job without them. From Delilah Macedo, Dear board members of the board, I am writing to you today as a parent of a student as well as an employee of PVUSD to encourage you to vote no on Resolution 19-20-38, reduction of a particular kind of classified employee service. Passing this resolution will affect numerous families, not just those losing their jobs, but those of the students they interact with on a daily basis and those that indirectly affect students. No job is more important than the other. We all work collectively in this district to improve the lives of our students, so why start with layoffs? Why not start with cutting back in other areas? Ask the district to go back and revisit the cuts. Ask them to bring you back options in cutting spending elsewhere first. Layoffs is not the solution. It will create more problems in the long run. How much is the district saving with these layoffs alone? How many employees are being directly affected? Not just the number of FTEs, but the number of individuals losing jobs. All of these individuals rely on their income to make ends meet, but if layoffs is the district's solution, they should lay off just as much in management income as they do classified employees. Please realize that these employees are essential. Who is going to clean the pool? An outside vendor? Sorry, I just had to scroll down a little bit. Who is going to deliver mail to the site? Do you know that our pony delivery driver delivers to every site in the district every day, delivering mail and packages for more than 20 years in a row? His job has always been essential, but suddenly it is not. And our print shop production operator creates booklets and homework packets for students. He produces the paperwork that goes home at the beginning of the year for students to return, including the most important paper, the emergency contact form. However, nowadays, a lot of sites have been outsourcing their printing needs, but the print shop is a good resource that should be utilized more. Yes, my position is one that will be affected as well. I am the Administrative Secretary 3 on the list. When I learned that my position was on the list of cuts, I was speechless. I had no idea why, and I just couldn't comprehend if I am currently considered an essential employee. Like all essential employees in the district, I received a letter from HR stating that I am essential and should report to work. However, I never stopped going to work. Our department didn't shut down when the school sites closed, and we weren't allowed to work from home first because my department is essential. Please vote no on this resolution to protect essential employees. From Nisi Ortiz. Dear Pajaro Valley Unified School District Trustees, I am an employee of PVUSD, community, and CSEA union member. Supported your campaign to be reelected when you ran for trustee and now requesting your support of opposing resolution number 19-20-38 on the layoffs of the 16 listed job classifications. Also looking into postponing this resolution to further ask, why is PVUSD wanting reduction of classified employees? Is one of the causes due to mismanagement of funds, and if so, where is the accountability? As it is, many of these positions are understaffed, and by liquidating, they will only create an unsafe environment for our students. It seems every time positions are eliminated, the most affected are always the students. Schools should not be supporting the districts should be supporting the schools. It is obvious that we are top-heavy. As a department in classification, I see being the most affected is SELPA, instructional assistants and behavior techs who work directly with children. For example, by eliminating these positions, I see many of my colleagues overwhelmed with picking up extra duties and tasks which may impede student IEPs. How will our students meet their individualized educational plan, IEP goals? Would this make their IEPs out of compliance? If layoffs are approved, will parents be informed that their child's IEP changed? Please reconsider the elimination of these positions. I strongly feel our students and families deserve better. Thank you for your time. From Carrie Knott, please do not make cuts for IAs before Governor Newsom announces his budget. If you would like to save money, I would recommend cutting down the number of program directors or program managers. We are really short-staffed on the front lines. If you're not going to wait, please look at our SELPA's bloated management and middle management positions. Thank you for your consideration. From Richard Martinez. CSEA and I, Richard Martinez, are opposed to the list that the district has put forth with the suggested layoffs. Our members, families, and community are going through hard times. COVID-19 has prompted a very real and severe spiral of the economy. It is not only beneficial but crucial to understand that some of these hardworking individuals are essential for our community. In addition, we must recognize the simple truth that the district is top-heavy. It has become apparent that if a higher-paid non-essential worker were to be laid off, we could save more jobs. We need to start at the top and work our way down. There's way too much overhead. We have assistants and regular faculty that have assistants with six-figure pay scales. What is the district doing with these layoffs? What the district is doing with these layoffs is unreal. If they were to lay off 2 to 3 of the many assistant superintendent positions, it would be a better balance. Classified are the backbone of the district, the legs that carry the heavy weight and the foundation of a very strong building. We are the faces that the kids see every day and that they will remember. Questions that need to be answered by the head of the district. 1, what happened to the budget of the general funding and balance? 2, why are we $5 to $8 million in the red? 3, why are SELPA employees getting hit the most? What is their budget and balance? 4, this falls back on mismanagement of funds. Where's the money at? 5, the community needs to know and have the right to see where the money is being spent. 6, transparency. The district says it but does not show it. Where's the money? 7, emergency funds. Has the district tapped into it? Ask for records from last year and the beginning of this year to present day. From Stacy Dittrich. Hello, Board of Trustees. I am writing to express my concerns about the proposed cuts to classified staff members, specifically classroom aides and behavior techs. These positions are necessary for the students in our district to learn and be safe in the classrooms. I work directly with 2 special day classes, and they would not function to the level they do without the help of the aides and behavior techs. These people perform valuable duties that make these classrooms run smoothly. I would also like to voice concerns about the renewal of the contract for Assistant Superintendent of Secondary. I feel the board should not approve a position where there is also a proposal on the agenda to cut positions of classified staff members. No changes in staffing should be made in these uncertain times. And there should be no approval for the superintendent when the union is still negotiating a contract with the teachers. From Lindsay Kent. Dear board members and Dr. Rodriguez, first of all, I want to thank you for the hard work you have put into meeting student needs during the distance learning through these trying times. However, I am writing to share with you my concerns with the action item 8.6 resolution to reduce particular kinds of classified services. More specifically, I am extremely concerned with the disproportionate number of moderate severe MS instructional IA positions which will be lost if this resolution were to pass. Losing 14 plus moderate severe assistants will have a profoundly detrimental impact on student learning and student safety. As a specialist, I come into the classroom and consult with teachers and staff, show them how to support their student and then leave, trusting that they are continuing to support their student in my area or specialty. In a way, the MSIAs are an extension of all the specialists. They are the boots on the ground who are carrying out speech therapy strategies, implementing occupational therapy techniques, and following through with the academic work identified by the teacher. They are the liaison with our families, providing social and emotional support for our students. They interpret. They make educational materials, they assist with bathroom and feeding needs, they fundraise for our students to attend prom, they literally do everything. Moderate severe instructional assistants work with the students in the district with the most severe disabilities. Their job is not easy and they work incredibly hard. Learning doesn't happen when the basic classroom needs aren't met. When children aren't safe and supervised, teachers aren't teaching, and specialists like myself aren't providing the IEP services our students are entitled to, because we're simply trying to manage the students in the classroom, keep eyes on all of them, and keep them safe. I cannot urge you strongly enough to consider alternative ways to meet the budgetary needs of the district without sacrificing the safety and education of some of our most vulnerable students, our students in the moderate severe program. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to our community. From Heidi Chappell. On the issue of cutting classified positions with the statement we are putting students' needs first comes to mind in the thought, how is this in any way putting the kids first? All those staff members are key members for supporting students' needs on a regular basis at my site and in my classroom. Some days the behavior tech, aides, and yes, the custodians too are my only saving grace with a student who's having a tough day. The support they provide is so valuable. Also, if you are looking to cut classified positions that are crucial to schools on a daily basis, should you really be renewing an assistant supervisor's contract? There seems to be an imbalance. Before making any definite decisions tonight, would you please consider holding off until the governor has determined and signed the state budget? From Allison Ross, I am strongly concerned about agenda item 8.6 and the suggested reduction in classified staff, specifically instructional aides on special ed classrooms. The number one thing I hear from parents, students, and gen ed teachers alike is how much better the students do when they have instructional aides supporting them. I have gotten many requests and questions from parents regarding why there are not more aides in classes more of the time. I am truly surprised that an increase of instructional aides is not being suggested instead, if it is actually our goal as a district to better support our students and their families in accessing academic rigor. Please forgive me if I misunderstood the intention of this agenda item. My intention is to only provide better supports for our community as a whole. Thank you. From Nicholas Oliver, dear board members, I'm writing to you today as a PVUSD parent. Please vote no on Resolution 19-20-38. Many lives will be affected with these layoffs. Please seek an alternative spending cuts before layoffs, or start with layoffs in a recently created management position. Thank you. From Maria Zuniga, I work with students aged 17 through 22, and as it is now, we often lack assistance in BTs. I feel that we don't give the students as much as we can or what they deserve. Lacking staff is a problem. To eliminate staff in the department will not benefit students. Are we not here for them? Isn't it our job in education to give them the best education possible? How is terminating any positions in this area beneficial, or beneficial for who? From Christopher Ulrich, removing aides from special education or general education classrooms will not work or help. I recently went to an education task force meeting at the district offices where we were tasked with trying to figure out how to solve a shortage of classified staff and subs to fill in for them. Getting rid of them was not a solution to the problem. I am currently in charge of an SDC classroom with 17 students. This is well above the average in other states and districts. We currently write on legal documents, IEPs, that we offer small group specialized academic instruction. I do not think the research supports 17 students being considered a small group, or we need others in the classroom to even allow us to break into small groups and provide the intensive instruction our students need. I will avoid describing in detail the behaviors I will have to manage while trying to provide small group or large group instruction without the assistance of classified staff. This obviously means a lot to me since I'm taking the very little extra time I have to write you this. I wish I could do more. Please trust that that special educators are in this for the right reasons. This will definitely result in a shortage of SPED teachers. Very hard to hire position. We do not have time to spare and need support in our efforts. I trust you will make the right decision on this. Thank you for speaking up for our community and for those with disabilities who often get left behind. These students often don't have a voice, and our goal is to get them back into general education classroom, not to further isolate them or leave them academically behind their peers due to a disability. From Alejandra Revilla Rico, please consider to keep instructional assistants in the moderate to severe programs. The students in these programs are very fragile and depend on the support of these professionals to receive an appropriate education. Please do it for them. From Laura Zucker. Good evening, trustees, cabinet, and Dr. Rodriguez. I am very concerned that you are considering reduction of those classified staff positions that serve students directly. I urge you to wait until the governor's budget has come out. This cut seems entirely premature and therefore very reckless. Additionally, you are proposing cutting staff who work directly with students such as behavior techs and instructional assistants. This is also unwise. We should always look first to reduce staff that is not involved in teaching and aiding our students before we ever cut staff that is directly helping kids on a daily basis. Again, let us try and keep cuts, as always, away from the classroom, and also please at least wait until the governor's budget comes out to make these kind of drastic and potentially harmful decisions. Thank you. From Alexandra Lawson. Dear trustees, I write as a former student of the PVUSD school district and current undergraduate senior attending Brown University. I was made aware of your proposal to abolish the positions for 7 special education aides in severe and moderate programs effective June 2020, in the midst of a pandemic when our special needs students are positioned to be disproportionately impacted. The decision is rooted in fiscal limitation and policy. Such an administrative decision only highlights which students and employees pupils are considered worth an education, worth earning a salary and living. In contrast, you are considering renewing an administrative contract for over $160,000 per year. I have a disabled younger sibling. She inspired my decision to attend Brown University and focus my research on schooling, education, and pedagogy for Indigenous students. Your callous financial choice holds lives at stake. Sincerely, Alexander Lawson. From Armida Lepez. Behavior technicians and instructional assistants work directly with students and are already short-staffed in most schools. This layoff proposal should not even be considered. Special education students need as much help as they can get, and this would hurt them overall. Thank you. From Myra Villegas. Hello, I wanted to say I don't agree with agenda item 8.6, reduction of classified employees for the next school year, and the list of employees on the cut-off list includes instructional assistants in SPED classrooms. I have been working with PVUSD as an instructional assistant moderate to severe for the past 4 years. I really enjoy what I do to help the students and parents to accomplish their students' needs. I feel like if they cut positions, it would be hard on students, parents, and staff to meet goals that our students are working for. We as aides do our best to help these students. Please don't do any cut-offs for our students and parents need us. Thank you. From Eli Reynolds. Dear Board, I am very concerned with this agenda item. This is not the time to be losing crucial staff members. I will be honest, I do not understand what all the numbers mean, but I do know you are reducing these positions that are, in my opinion, already understaffed. It is not a big number, but the custodian is on the list. I love my custodians at my school, but more than once a year when someone has been cut, I come into my classroom in the morning and still have full trash cans in the classroom. How could having less custodians help this? I am at lunch every day with my students, and while other teachers get their lunch break, and many times they double as yard duty because our regular yard duty is not there, and only the principal or VP are outside, hopefully. I already have enough on my plate, but I help the younger students not in my classroom with opening items and solving problems. How would less yard duties help this? And the most troubling number I do not understand on this reduction is the reduction of life skill IAs. This number is way bigger than any other number on the list. I am a life skills teacher and I am 100% dependent on my instructional assistants. When I am gone, I get a sub, and the best of my knowledge, things run relatively smoothly because my IAs help the sub. My sub plans can be carried out and students can still do all the normal activities. When I have an IA out, this is not the case. There is never a sub for IAs that miss a day, and it is their right to take time or if needed, whether it be personal or sick. When an IA is out, I have to cancel small group academics and the students lose out. We are always getting emails from SELPA saying classes are missing multiple IAs, and if we can spare one for the day, there's a class in need, but usually we cannot spare to lose the staff we have. We need more IAs rather than less. Again, I do not understand what the numbers mean, but with that large of a number in reference to reduction of staff, I cannot see this benefiting our students, teachers, or schools as a whole. I know money is money and you need to be creative, but chopping from the bottom is only hurting the students. Why not cut some of those redundant positions at the top of the tier rather than our frontline employees that work every day with students and actually put their sweat and tears into bettering the education of our students? From Joaquin Bautista. I am a former instructional assistant, moderate severe. IAs work directly with students to teach not only academics, but also social-emotional skills that many of our students need great assistance with. Cutting these positions disproportionately affects students that receive special services and denies them their right to a free, appropriate public education. Moreover, the current lack of personnel already leads to situations that can be dangerous for the well-being of our students. When, not if, a student flings a chair across the room at another student and a terminated IA is not there to intercept it, will these cuts have been worth it? From Marta Beckhofer. It is unconscionable to pay for the instructional assistants and to cut pay for instructional assistants in special education. They do important work, helping teachers implement behavior plans, supporting teachers in small group instruction in reading and math, and providing second language learner support. I've had the honor of working with many instructional assistants during the past few years at Starlight. Their presence, goodwill, and undeniable expertise makes our job in special education doable. Without them, it would not be, resulting in lower student outcomes. We now face unprecedented obstacles and uncertainty in providing necessary services to students of all abilities. Now is not the time to make access to service even more difficult. From NA, to whom it may concern, I am writing in to oppose the resolution 19-20-38 to lay off multiple employees. Many of the positions are proposed to be cut are in the special education department. This will affect our most vulnerable population of students in the district. Many of the instructional and behavioral tech positions are already understaffed and stretched thin, compromising the integrity of our special education programs and the safety of our students. Please reconsider eliminating these positions. Our students deserve better. We can do better than this. We as a community of educators need to stick together. We worked very hard to get the special education programs to where they are now, some of us for many, many years. It would be a huge letdown to those that would have to start from the very beginning, students and staff. Thank you. From Maricela Vargas Chavez, I'm very concerned about the district trying to eliminate 37 positions, especially IA moderate severe. This is not okay. We need our jobs back. If they do this cuts, it will affect our program and also the safety of our students because we don't have enough staff to provide a high quality education, especially because our kids are very vulnerable. Please consider another option. The next one is in Spanish. I can read it, but I'm not a fantastic translator. Mi petición es que no quiten la ayuda de personal y los maestros. Ellos también son parte importante en la educación de nuestros niños y sobre todo un apoyo para los maestros. Gracias. Is there somebody who's a better translator than I who could translate that one?
Go for it, Maria.
They're near you, Maria.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you read it again, please?
Yes.
Maybe piece by piece.
So, mi petición es que no quiten la ayuda de personal a los maestros. Ellos también son parte importante en la educación de nuestros niños y sobre todo un apoyo para los maestros. Gracias.
What she said was, it is her position that we did not eliminate any positions of support to teachers. They also play a big role in, I didn't catch that last part, supporting our students, I think.
I think our teachers, los maestros.
The teachers.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, our children and teachers, okay. From Kathy. Just scroll down a little bit. I cannot even imagine a school district without IAs and BTs for our special needs students. How can the board justify that in any situation? Students have feeding issues, hygiene issues, special programs, lunch, students who are mainstreaming, so the teacher is responsible for all of that. Please explain how that is going to work. Please remember too, please, that aides meet buses, have breaks, lunch, and bus duty in the PM. The teacher is responsible for that too. This is not the right solution for our special needs students. From Phyllis Valoroso, my concern is that if there are cutbacks, our students are going to suffer. It's already been a struggle with everything going on with the virus, with distance learning. How are we going to make accommodations to help our students when we're cutting back on staff? And that is the last one. Trustee Dodge, you're still on mute.
Sorry. Any discussion from the board? Okay, can I have a motion to support
No.
8?
No, there's discussion, there's discussion.
Okay, I'm asking, so.
Yeah. So,
Okay, Karen.
okay. So, I have to say, wow, after listening to all these incredible responses, I will also have to say that even before I listened to all of them, I actually heard from classified employees, and not all of them in the special education part. I heard from other ones that are being terminated as well. And they all seemed so essential to me when I heard from them. And it seemed so incredibly essential. And also hearing from everyone how essential these employees are from all the comments that have been made. Yeah, so I always vote with whatever people want, but I think this time I'm gonna actually vote no against it, not only because of all the wonderful things people have said, but because I've been thinking about it before I even heard them. So I just feel that they are so incredibly essential, and we can't afford to lose them now. And like many of them said, we should wait until we hear about the budget to see if we can afford to keep them, or maybe, I don't know, maybe not.
So if I could just speak to that, Karen. So we have 259 IAs, 76 additional SELPA support staff, which are a combination of one-to-ones, and 74 BTs. This is actually to balance the budget prior to even any COVID-19 recession. So this isn't even talking about, this was all determined prior to that. We're going to lose about 1,000 students in the 2 years, and we do not have the fiscal resources for it. We did put up, which I can put back up, we did take multiple administrative positions away. So we doubled up extended learning. So that is, we reduced that by half. We have put freezes on SELPA positions, managerial positions. We reduced by 2 district office administrators, and we have been doing the work. Everyone is doing their proportional share, and this was part of the original budget. So I say that because we will be in negative status next month if we do not make these shifts. And this is approximately $2 million worth of reductions. So because of the cost of benefits and everything else, there is not $2 million additional that we have, as well as people talk about governor's budget, but if they're actually paying attention to governor's budget, we're going to get mid-year cuts most likely in August. So it's not going to get better. It is going to get worse.
So
and so I understand that people, how people feel, and I understand that it's 13 for the IAs and all that. I get that. And I want to keep it away from students as well. We have made, in money wise, we have made significant cuts to administration. I can re-put back that up, what we talked about at second interim. But I need the board to know that we will be in negative status, which means that layoffs will happen eventually, because our budget is hinged on staff, and you cannot cut administration enough to make up for the $2 million that we would need in order to not pass this resolution.
wow.
So if I may, so can I, Jenny?
Yeah,
President?
I wasn't sure if Karen was done, but okay.
While you're done, Karen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So Michelle, so worst case scenario, if we were to postpone this item to a future meeting after the May revise comes in, if I am understanding you correctly, is that we would be in red, and that we expect even further layoffs come August?
Right now, if the best case scenario that they're talking about is zero COLA, but we do have federal stimulus, but that still is short $400,000. And that's the best case scenario that they're telling us. So that is with all the federal stimulus that they're talking, which would mean additional layoffs, or at least not increases. So administrative positions, we too have frozen. TOSA positions, we have not filled. We're looking at all areas. But we have 1,000, we're gonna have 1,000 students less. We have a 2-to-1 ratio in most of our mild to moderate classrooms. When you look at the number of students versus the number of teachers and classified staff. And so that is one reason why they are the hardest hit. But it's because we're right sizing, and that is what we said that we would do in March. You can't lose students and think that you're going to keep the same amount of staff.
Okay. There are a total of 37 positions listed here.
Mm-hmm.
For the public's knowledge, how many of these positions will be actual layoffs?
It would be a maximum of 24, could be down to 22.
Okay. And how many will be able to transfer into other positions?
It would be the remaining amount. So that would be 15.
About 15.
And I did want to note that some of that in terms of the yard duty, it's just their portion of the fruits and vegetables program. So it's not that they are losing, it's not that we're having actually less yard duty supervisors. It's that if we do not get the fruits and vegetables grant, we cannot afford them. We did this exact thing last year as well. And last year we received the grant, and so then they remained employed.
Okay. And then you, and I heard you correctly, we're currently working on identifying any vacant positions that we can cut that wouldn't necessarily result in laying off people. Is that correct?
That's correct. So any vacancy that's open, we're revisiting it, including the SELPA program director. And that's one position that we're looking at. We've at least frozen it at this time. And then we have several TOSA positions. Those people have gone to different locations or gone back into the classroom, and we are not filling those. And then, like I mentioned, we cut 2 administrative positions here at the district office, plus we reduced by half the extended learning coordinators, which are also district administrators.
I remember you've done all that.
Okay. At the March meeting, I did provide a lengthy list of things that I wanted admin to look at. Mm-hmm. Did we take a look at that? If we did, are there any changes that have been made?
So one that was a request was to continue to look at the routes to see if we can consolidate routes at all. So we did look into that. The other was to see if one of the major ones that hopefully will help us, especially with the flexibility from the federal government, is shifting some unrestricted dollars to restricted dollars. And so that was one of your suggestions that we are implementing. And we're assuming that the federal stimulus money or the CARES money that we're going to get is going to be unrestricted. If it is not, it will be extremely challenging for us. We are assuming it will be. So we're going to be able to shift expenditures to there. The challenge is that like everyone knows, but our benefits went up by 6% this past year, or 7%. No, seems years ago now. And so our costs significantly went up because we absorb all cost, but our monies did not go up. We have been deficit spending, and so we have been cutting in multiple areas. And so we have cut down on costs to the use of consultants, and we're going to do an item this next time on that, but we have very, very few consulting agreements now. We have reduced highly our amount of using legal counsel. So our legal counsel amounts have gone down. We have cut in every area that we can. And I recognize that it's a challenge because people don't make much money, this is what's stated, but it's also the benefits and the statutories on top of it. So it isn't just the base pay that is affecting the budget, but it's the entire package. And so, you know, an IA could, you know, cost the district. I think we identified it as $44,000 as the average.
And how many IAs are we losing?
We would be losing 5. We would be losing 5 plus 12, so 17 in total from all 3 categories.
Mm-hmm. And somebody told me that there was custodians being laid off. There
is just a 0.5 custodian that came off of a site budget, and that person is not going to be laid off. He's just he's split funded right now. He's at 2 sites right now, and he will be just at 1 site next year.
Okay.
So he is not actually being laid off.
Okay.
Have we looked at the possibility of extending golden handshakes?
We looked into it. It was not cost beneficial the last time that they did it. It actually cost the district money for a variety of reasons. We have started conversations about extending the golden handshake in areas. So for example, we do have additional elementary teachers, and so possibly doing it in that area. We have not had conversations about classified at this time because last time it did not produce any benefits, fiscal benefits for us, and it is linked to the health and welfare costs.
And I understand that might be something to take a look at when we can. Also, have we considered other measures, such as Oakland has reduced their cost, food services cost, by doing 1 vegetarian meal a week? I'm just throwing other ideas out there. There's other things that I think we need to be exploring as much as possible, and looking at other districts who have done some cost saving measures, who are in similar positions as we are, and taking all of those measures into consideration. I do feel that we do need to look more at middle management, not top, not bottom people, but more at middle management, and see where cuts can be made in middle management. I feel that some jobs overlap each other in the middle management area, and with us going into declining student enrollment, these are positions that we need to be looking at cutting and trying to reduce the impact on students and teachers who are on the front line every day. So I think we need to take more of a look at positions that can be cut.
I mean, yeah. So there's no way we could postpone this a little bit. We couldn't do that, right? We're asked to do this tonight.
If we did not, then what it would result in a portion of the cost savings being reduced, meaning that we would need to reduce elsewhere for that percentage. Because we have to give 60 days notice, and we need to be able to do that before July 1st.
And how much is that amount, Michelle? Do you know?
Well, so it's 2 million. So it would be 2 months of 2 million. And so it would be that proportion. So it's 1/6 of $2 million. So 15% of 2 million. So that's 200,000.
300,000. Mm-hmm.
We would need to find that elsewhere.
300,000.
And remember, I need the board to remember how low we were at the end in the 3rd year out.
Michelle, Dr. Rodriguez, so one of the concerns I heard from, a lot of people was, about, safety, in the classrooms. Mm-hmm. What measures, if this goes through, what safety measures can we take to ensure that if there are fewer IAs or BTs in particular, especially with this, vulnerable populations, how are we ensuring safety in the classrooms?
So we're not changing any of, we are reducing 2 of the behavior techs, but those are actual vacancies. So no one will lose their positions on that. So the behavior techs will remain. The behavior techs, of course, are the ones that help manage behavior most, not that IAs don't do it. Of course, they do it as well. The ratios for mild to moderate will still be significantly low. So as I mentioned right now, in some cases, it's better than a 2-to-1 ratio. So 2 children for 1 student. And so it will be increased from there. But even at the 3-to-1 ratio, I believe that especially with training, one thing that and it was mentioned in the comments that we need to do is provide training and support to people so that we are effectively managing students. And I mentioned this before, but the reason why we are contributing $33 million to special education, so we're spending $73 million on special education, is because of the philosophy before that we are going to layer and layer on supports. And unfortunately, we have not seen a dramatic improvement in the achievement of our students, even with the significant layering of support. I want to remind you that up to a few years ago, we had no BTs in this entire district. So we have added 74 BTs in a period of a little over 4 years. So we have, and I understand, I believe that the 13 people are important that we're talking about. But at the same token, we have to look at the fiscal solvency of the district. And I disagree that we're not looking at management. We are looking at management, and we provided layoff notices to 20 some, and the Tona can chime in, but to 20 some after school coordinators. Everyone received a layoff notice because they had to reapply, and now they are going to be in charge of 2 schools. And the reason why that was important is because elementary already had a principal and an AC. And so that was an area that we felt that could be reduced. And so that's what we did. And we have looked at every position one by one, and that's why you see some of the positions on here, because things have evolved as we have moved forward, right? Whether it's programs, and now I'm not talking about IAs, but whether it is programs that now automate data that used to not automate data that we used to manually do, or now we have other mechanisms in order to get the work done. But I understand the pressure, and I also understand that we don't like to disrupt lives, but we also have to right size the district. We have to, because if we do not, I cannot make up the 2 million. And I want to remind everybody that district administration, every single person in this place, which you can't legally take everybody out, and everybody doesn't even get paid out of general fund, is 3 million. So it's not possible. It's not possible to only make cuts to administration. We are going to see significantly fewer kids next year again. And unfortunately, the trajectory is looking worse. And we're going to try to mitigate that, because a lot of people do not want to come back to school without a vaccine.
And I wanted to add to that, looking, it's like I'm a NICU nurse, right? So I work with babies. And looking at county data, it's like our birth rates in this county and Monterey counties have been dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. I mean, it's significant. And it's like, even if we were to retain every student who was eligible to be in our school. We're still going to see declining and declining and declining. And what I'm seeing is, kindergarten in 3 years is going to be significantly less. And this is gut wrenching. I mean, this is awful. What I'm hearing is that even with this, with what we're looking at and what our expectations are with the governor's budget and with the addition of what we're seeing with, declining enrollment in the future, is that in many ways this is the first step. And even if we said absolutely not tonight, in many ways it would be delaying the inevitable. Is that what I'm hearing?
It is. We do not, I know people, talk about cut consultants. I will be providing information next time on that, but it's, 600,000 for every single department, right? So that is not enough in order to be able to do it. We have been pulling back in and reducing consultants and reducing things. We've been trying even before the COVID-19 recession that they're calling it. We were deficit spending, so we gradually were pushing, trying to find ways to be more efficient, everything from, we used to do taxis for special education students. Now we have our own staff doing the white fleet. I mean, we're looking everywhere that we can. We will have, less teachers next year too. It just isn't, because of attrition, it wasn't necessary for us to do layoffs, but it's not, when you have 1,000 less students coming to you, you have to right size. And the problem is that 1,000 students doesn't sprinkle perfectly across, right? So we will be in negative status. We are already starting to prepare the books and looking at everything, getting ready for our for the report in May. And we are not, and we have not been this way for over 2 years. We are not yin-yanging. I'm not going to come back to you and say, oh, we have all this money that we thought we didn't. We are not. And right now, we know we're going to get some monies, but we're expecting deferrals. So that means we need to have, like, the leaner we are, the more challenging it is going to be for us to make cash, which means to make payroll.
Trustee DeSerpa, did you want to say something?
Thanks, Danny. I'll say that Karen, Trustee Osmundson, and I came late to the game, but we sat witness to having to make very unfortunate and courageous decisions during the last deficit or recession. And it really, really was heart-wrenching, because by the time it was over, there wasn't anything left to cut, honestly. I mean,
It wasn't. Nope.
I think Karen remembers this.
Yes, I do.
And we still never even came back up to the pre-recession, per student ADA. So we're still, under what we should be making. And yet salaries continue to rise, our very generous benefits continue to go up. So all of those things take a bigger and bigger cut of our budget. Obviously, I think we all can agree that these are not things that we want to do. We don't like doing them. And sometimes we have to do things we don't like doing. Our special ed budget, like Dr. Rodriguez says, is about $73 million. We spend that on about 15% of students. So that's $33 million that encroaches into our general fund. A lot of days, special ed kids are not in the classroom, they're sick, and yet we have a lot of staff in the classroom. So what I think ends up happening is we have tremendous amounts of staff in the classroom and very few kids. That's very, very helpful to the teaching environment, to the teacher, and to the rest of the kids in that room, because some of those kids have behaviors that are hard to manage, screaming, you name it. So it's not that I don't understand the real need for having extra staff in those classrooms, but at the same time, I think the staffing model that we've used over a number of years has been very generous. Generous is probably the wrong word, but and when Dr. Rodriguez talks about right-sizing the district, or right-sizing the special ed area, I think potentially it's just trying to bring our staffing ratios in line with the rest of the state. So unfortunately, I have a sinking feeling that this is the start of what will be more cuts to come. And unless we make courageous decisions early, I think we're going to find ourselves going negative. If we go negative in our budgets, then the state could come in and take over the function and the finances of the district, and none of us want to see that happen. So unfortunately, I am in favor of supporting the administrative's recommendations tonight. Thank you.
So,
Trustee Acosta, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, President Trustee Dodge Jr. So, you know, I probably, out of every sitting board member, probably have the longest history with this district, going back to my employment with the district in the late 80s and through the 90s and the early 2000s. And I could tell you that this district has been top heavy ever since I've lived in this community. That is a fact. That fact has only worsened over the last few years. So at the March 11th second interim budget report meeting, yes, the superintendent was given direction from several governing board members to look specifically at cabinet members, at top management, at middle management. And clearly, I have not seen any evidence of that fully adequately being done at this point. So when we talk about right sizing, we have to talk about that at every level of the district, not just at the very bottom level for the people that are the backbone of this district who actually work here and live here in this community. They're part of this community. And we need to think about the broader perspective of that and laying them off. Since I've been here, the district administration, there's been a deficit budget spending. I have yet to have heard one solid, valid resolve from the superintendent to resolve that. Not a one. Just, we continue to deficit spend. Let's just continue to approve a budget where we continually deficit spend. That to me makes no logical sense. There's no responsible business practice in that. And from a lot of other businesses and organizations and community leaders, we have seen CEOs and leaders of institutions who themselves have waived and foregone their salary for 6 months or a year to put it back into the budget of an organization. But I haven't heard anyone, including the superintendent, the top level of this district, willing to offer that. So right now, at this time, it is irresponsible to even consider laying off people right now. It's awful. And it's absolutely not the right thing to do. There are so many things that were given as direction at that March 11th board meeting about the budget that have not been taken into consideration and implemented. So why are we talking about cutting at the bottom right now? I don't get that. That makes absolutely no sense to me. not from a financial perspective and not from a responsible business practice perspective. So, and furthermore, we don't know. None of us know. The superintendent doesn't know. None of us 7 sitting here know what we're going to be seeing in the future with regards to budget and what's going to be coming from the state and the federal level. So this is completely irresponsible to be preemptive and to jump the gun when there's so many other things that we could be looking at that haven't even been yet remotely considered. So absolutely not. I will not be supporting this motion whatsoever tonight or anywhere in the near future.
So I just want to, Danny, can I just show the PowerPoint really quickly?
Yes.
So I just want to show this again. So this is the work that we have been doing. So we are working on, and these layoff notices happened, and the people, some people do not have jobs anymore in terms of coordinators. So we did right size district staffing. We reduced coordinators from 6 to 8, which produced $610,000 worth of benefits. We also reduced district office management and staff being TOSAs that we were originally requested to look at. That was $670,000. We have also reduced legal services, contracted services, and we looked at the taxi services that I mentioned. We have done things such as look at overtime, comp time, employee analysis. So we have, as you all know, we have been looking at doing different things. We realigned the base and made sure that we were maximizing supplemental and concentration funding. However, when you look at the contributions to from the general fund, we cannot withstand these contributions and not make different changes. So the district has been deficit spending since my arrival. It was not because of my arrival, since my arrival. The challenge is it wasn't a problem because we had a large ending fund balance. And in that time, we were receiving a lot of one-time funds. And so it was combining it together. So this is what I was referring to when I was talking about this work. Under the other action item, I will speak to the top heavy portion. That is inaccurate. People can continue to say that, but it is inaccurate. We are lower than the state average of the percentage of the budget that we spend on administration. And our administrators, just like our teachers, just like our classified, make significantly less than any school district that is considered comparable. But I want to highlight this because there's a conversation about we're top heavy and we are not. And people can say it, but when you look at the data, there is nothing in the data that shows that that is true. We are at 5%, which is a little bit lower than the state average. State average is about 6, and I'll speak to that in a minute. We did agree that we were a little heavy in terms of site certificated salaries. And we have cut also here in district certificated, but this is where we targeted with going from 16 to 8. I have, as a superintendent, spent more time on the budget than any other superintendent that I know. And we have made extreme efficiencies and changes and hurt not one person. Unfortunately, now we're at the point where we need layoffs. But I wanted to mention that. So it is inaccurate that we have not looked to things and we have not made changes. Because we have, and we will continue to do so, especially as we get retirements.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a.
So I'm sorry, Trustee Dodge Jr.
Yeah.
I just want to respond to that since that comment was in response to what I said. So granted, Dr. Rodriguez, there are 4 current sitting board members that were not here when you were hired. There are only 3. So when you were hired, I agree with you. The district was deficit spending. Did you not know that before you accepted your employment here?
Yes, and one of the reasons why you hired me was because the
me.
budget was so off. The
Not
district
me.
hired me. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, but again, I'm going to come back to the fact that there has not been one valid, solid, resolved answer to the deficit spending from you. It's a sort of a hit and miss pot. And with regards to your trying to make the argument that we're not top heavy, when you look at that pie chart you brought up about the percentages, well, the sheer volume of classified school employees that we have by number far outweighs management. So that's part of that factor when you're calculating that to take into consideration. And again, part of the direction to you at the March 11th second interim budget report was to look at your cabinet. How many cabinet members have you laid off?
None. And I will speak to that at the item.
Yeah, you've laid off none. So there has been no restructuring whatsoever there, but yet that was a specific directive that you were given by myself and several of my colleagues at the March 11th board meeting.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Acosta. I know we have a motion by Mr. Serpa. Do we have a second to approve resolution 192038?
I think we need more discussion. I don't think we're done discussing.
Well, Mr. Serpa made a motion. So
I know, I know she did, but I think at the March meeting, Michelle, I'm just trying to see if we can buy us some time so we don't have to do layoffs. So, and we have to come up with the $300,000, right? To ensure that we don't go in red.
No, if we do not approve it, when we do the budget in May, I will have to say that we did not cut the $2 million.
But to get us by from now until we receive the governor's budget, we only need 300,000 out of the 2 million.
Well, we will not know until August, so that's not accurate.
Okay.
The May revise is no longer going to be the May revise because of the income tax. So we won't know about mid-year cuts until August. And there is no, and I have provided to the board from multiple sources, there is no one that I know of that is saying that we will actually come out better. Not one.
No, I know that.
And I've given you multiple sources so you don't think that I'm trying to skew it, whether it's Department of Finance or it is School Services of California or it's something else. There is no one that is saying that we're going to come out better, but our costs are going to continue to increase. So we have to absorb the cost of the increase with now having a 0 COLA. We were supposed to have a 2.3% COLA. Now we know that's not going to happen. And so that's important to us because that's ongoing, right? And so there is no room. There is no room. And one thing I think that was asked of me when I first came here is stop the yin yang of we're falling off the cliff. Oh, we're actually better than we thought. We're falling off the cliff. We were having sways of about $16 to $19 million at the end of the year of what we said we were going to have and what we have. We've now been less than 1% each and every year for the last 2.5 years. That has helped the conversation because it's no longer about do we know how much money we have, but it's about priorities. And we have brought in millions of dollars of grants to try to do creative things for students. And we have found efficiencies. We now pay $1 million less in workers' comp. We have found areas that had no impact on people where we were able to secure it. But it doesn't resolve the problem that we have 1,000 less students.
Oh, God. So darn difficult.
This is difficult.
So
So darn
we have-
difficult.
we have a motion.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Michelle, it's Kim. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there like a time limit to, like, we have to like take this action because we have to give people due notice of potential layoff, or like?
Yes, and I also have to be able to put it into our budget because we have it slated right now. It was part of the May revise. It was part of the March 2nd interim. So if we do not do it, then that means I have to pull those reductions out of the budget for our May conversation. I can't keep them in there.
And what's the due date for that?
We have to have our first one in May. We have to have a public hearing first, and then we have to have the final by our June board meeting. And that's why I can't back it up, because if this does not pass, then that means that I have to back out those expenses, or put back in, actually, not back out. I have to put back in those expenses. And I understand that this is the first time in many, many years that we are declining enrollment, and that is not a good thing. Most of the time we try to do things by attrition when possible, but we don't always have that ability to do it by attrition.
Yeah. Well, you know, I would just say to the other board members that this is not unique to our district. All districts in our state are facing what we're facing. We were in better shape, actually, than many of them. This is just the start, unfortunately. We're heading into a deep recession that will be close to the Great Depression, and we need to prepare for that. This is not a popular thing to do, but we need to protect the district. And anyway, so that's what I would say.
Mr. Serpa has the motion. Is there a second?
I'm getting emotional because I
think this is
But I'll second the motion because I think it's the right thing to do for the district. It's yeah.
So okay.
Oh
So
my God.
We have a first and a second.
President Trustee Dodge Jr., I'm going to ask you to roll call this vote, please.
Yes, can we?
Oh.
Can everyone hear me?
Just because.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do the roll call. Trustee Orozco,
Yes.
Trustee Holm,
yes.
Trustee Acosta,
No.
Trustee Shocker,
No.
Trustee DeSerpa,
Yes.
Trustee Osmondson,
Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm hearing. Oh. There's going to be so many classified people mad at me. Oh. I guess yes.
President Dodge?
No. The motion passes 4-3. Agenda item 8.7, resolution 12-20-43, Autism Awareness Month. The report will be presented by Casey Clapham.
Good evening, President Dodge, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. This evening, I am proud to bring forth the resolution 12-20-43, acknowledging April as Autism Awareness Month. Throughout history to the current day, many famous people, including artists, inventors, politicians, scientists, and scholars, have navigated the challenges of autism spectrum disorder and contributed greatly to the fabric of our nation. Whereas World Autism Awareness Day is April 2nd, 2020, and April 2020 has been designated National Autism Awareness Month, and whereas the Pajaro Valley Unified School District proudly serves the educational, social, emotional, and career preparation needs of over 200 students with ASD, ages 3 through 22. We would like to honor students with ASD and the teachers, families that work with them by proclaiming April 2020 Autism Awareness Month. We would like the PVUSD Board of Education to approve the following resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item?
No.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, can I have a motion to support 8.7?
Make a motion to support.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion passes. Agenda item 8.8, resolution 19-20-42, National School Nurses Day, May 6th. This report will be presented by Casey Klappenbeck.
Good evening once again. I am bringing forth this resolution 19-20-42, recognizing May 6th as National School Nurses Day. Whereas all students have the right to have their health needs safely met while in the school setting. And whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years. And whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. So we are requesting once again that PVUSD Board of Trustees please approve the following recognition and resolution.
Thank you very much. Do I have any public speakers to this item?
No, we do not.
Any discussion from the board?
I would like to say something.
Trustee Hall?
So in the 1870s, Florence Nightingale wrote that it would take about 150 years for her vision of nursing to be realized. And we are at this year at that 150-year mark. And her vision of using the strength of nursing advocacy to create an environment for patient health and well-being is realized in the work that our school nurses do for our students. So to our school nurses, thank you for continuing to advocate for the health of our students and community. Truly, it does make a difference, and I would like to move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, so I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8.9, resolution 19-20-44, After School Professionals Week. Report will be presented by Kirsten Schaus.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez. I have the honor of presenting the After School Professionals resolution to you this evening. PVUSD is joining the National After School Association to celebrate all of our after-school professionals the week of April 20th through the 24th. An estimated 10.2 million children participate in after-school programming throughout and across the nation. In PVUSD, approximately 4,000 students participate in after-school programs every single day. The district would like to highlight an additional few pieces within the resolution. The highlights being that after-school professionals are fully committed to providing meaningful academic and enrichment opportunities for our students, such as art, music, STEM, food, nutrition, education. These elements support the whole child, helping them reach their full potential. In addition, they are deserving and appreciative for all they do to enhance the lives of our children in their education, promote physical and emotional health, provide a safe environment, and expose them to new experiences. It is an honor to bring this forward this evening, and staff is recommending approval of the resolution 19-20-44, After School Professionals Week, April 20th through the 24th.
Okay, thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item?
No.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, I have a motion to support resolution 19-20-44.
Move approval.
I'll second.
We'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, motion passes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 8.10, resolution 19-20-41, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Report will be made by Lisa Aguirre, Assistant Superintendent.
Good evening, President Dodge, Dr. Rodriguez.
All in favor?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hello.
No. Yeah.
While we are in technical difficulties for a minute, I need to make a motion to extend our meeting.
To what time?
Let's say 11 o'clock, just in case.
We might need more time.
Trustee Shocker, would you be willing to extend till 11:30?
Yeah, it is correct at 11:30.
Oh, you did so, okay.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so all in favor of supporting till 11:30, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, President Dodge, Dr. Rodriguez, and Board of Trustees. Before you is resolution number 19-20-41, recognizing May as National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Whereas National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month is an opportunity to share the historical and current contributions of all Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. Whereas immigrant, refugee, and American-born community members of Asian and Pacific Islander ancestry have contributed immensely to the growth and stability of the state of California, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and community. Whereas many Asian Pacific Americans have experienced the injustice of exclusionary acts, denial of citizenship, and land ownership, as well as internment and relocation camps. And whereas encompassing many histories, languages, and journeys to help shape our collective American experience, Asian and Pacific Islander Americans have achieved exceptional success in all aspects of our society, including business, politics, education, community service, media, arts, and sciences. Now therefore it be resolved that the Pajaro Valley Unified School District proclaim May 2020 as National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to inspire equity and celebrate diversity in our schools and community throughout the county. I'm honored to represent the staff in bringing forward resolution number 19-20-41 for approval.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Okay, let's see. Next up, agenda item 8.11, contract for Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education. Report will be presented by Dr. Michelle Rodriguez.
Thank you. So part of what we do when we're looking at cabinet is really ensuring that we are doing complementary strengths. One thing that Mrs. Chouse brings to us that is crucial for cabinet is really her student services lens. So you'll see that quite a bit of what I noted of some of the accomplishments that she had done along with working with our counselors was the PBIS implementation and also the ALICE training that we're going to be doing a report for you on soon. But she has not only the student services, but she also has the instructional component and has really worked to support our low performing block grant, which had for middle schools. As requested, I did look at the contracts and the different areas from other school districts. So this you have seen before. This is talking about the averages for the state of California. So this shows, and this is what we were talking about before, yes, we actually do have a lower percentage of our salary, of our whole budget is on teacher salary. It's a little higher it's about 1% higher for classified staff. And that is because we do honor and recognize the importance of classified staff. But this is where we really see the difference between us and everyone else is in terms of benefit. So our total budget, 17% almost of our funds goes towards our benefits. And right now, the average for the state is 8. And so it's almost 9% difference. For management, this is what I was referring to. It is significantly less. And this is the averages for all different type of districts from the largest to the smallest. So I was asked, okay, look at comparable districts. So we had received a listing from PVFT of what the comparable districts were. Here are the comparable districts. The salaries were taken from Transparent California, so you can look them up. It was for the previous school year. And you can see that it's not just teachers that also are lower paid. I want to note that, for instance, in Newport Mesa, the assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction there is paid more than I get paid, right? And so San Marcos is high up there in Downey. We are number 3 from the lowest, so you can see that. The other question that was asked of me is what is their number of cabinet? There are many that do have 4 instead of the 5. But what I want you to know is when those that have 4, many have executive directors that also sit on cabinet. So although they don't have assistant superintendents, they have a slightly lower paid position, but still a highly paid person in a executive director position, as well as the fact that many of these also not only had 5, but some had up to 7 cabinet members on there. And these are all comparable districts that were provided to me. I am not sure that I believe some of them are comparable districts, but I was not even arguing that point. And this is a list that we were given. So yes, I did look, as I was asked, at them. I do think that we need to continue to maintain the team. And I think Chris is a valuable component to that team because she brings a perspective that most of the rest of us around the room do not have. I have a definitely instructional background. Several of the other cabinet members do too. And then we have HR and CBO. And so because of that, I am recommending that we approve her contract. I did note in the commentary that this is unique to us. So every other employee, including middle management, everybody else who's not cabinet, has what's called a renewable contract. A cabinet member cannot work one day over that. The reason why I didn't bring the rest of the cabinet is because their contracts are not expiring, and it does give us the ability to pause. But with Chris, she is only weeks literally away from her contract expiring. I think she has done a tremendous job. I know that some of you received, or all of you, I don't know, but received letters of support from her. I received them. I know that many of you did as well. And so I ask that you support her contract. It is just a 2-year contract. Usually we do 3 years, but we did a 2-year contract to give some flexibility. And I'll leave it for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Holm, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. So from Deanna Young, good evening, Superintendent Rodriguez, Board President, Board Vice President, and members of the board. I would like to give input on the contract for Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, and specifically Kristen Schaus. Ms. Schaus, since her arrival of fall of 2018, has worked tirelessly in coordinating delivery of instruction, starting with our middle schools and working up to high school. Her efforts far exceeded her predecessor in scope and sequence. As a result, I feel secondary education in a short amount of time is moving in the right direction with regards to coordinating instructional delivery and consequently student progress. While I realize there is still much work to do, I truly believe that Ms. Schaus's vision and dedication will be a strong and necessary part of that process. I request that the board strongly consider retaining Ms. Schaus. From Brandon Dennis. This is Brandon Dennis from Lakeview Middle School. I would like to again thank the board for taking my comments on another important issue. I do want to express an appreciation for the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, especially reaching out and asking if I wanted to participate in the Exceptional Education Task Force this school year. You made me feel valid. I do not have an issue with this individual. I do have an issue with how this district frames their arguments in ways that seem to shift credit away from the school sites and onto the district office. This resolution cites the expansion of PBIS as a crucial responsibility of the Assistant Superintendent. I was so proud that 3 of my students were recognized through PBIS Community at Lakeview as Students of the Week, but it was not an Assistant Superintendent out at our site with a face mask on passing out swag bags to these students. It was the dedicated professionals at our site, some of whom may be at risk of being terminated due to lack of work funds if item 8.6 gets pushed through. I also take issue with how over 2,300 employees in the district, including classified, certificated, and management, have contracts that renew regardless of the standing of current contract negotiations. This exact tactic the district continues to employ that enables you to continue to negotiate in bad faith year after year. This tactic is one reason why this district lags behind so many other districts across the state in terms of teacher compensation, which in turn helps contribute to a low teacher retention rate and dwindling ADA. I ask that the board consider your negotiating tactics. I hope you also consider the Herculean efforts your certificated and classified employees are performing to ensure students are being supported in these uncertain times, and place a renewed emphasis on coming back to the table to negotiate in good faith with CSEA and the PVFT. From Sharon Paul. I think we need to lay off admin, not classified, so please don't rehire the assistant superintendent. Her pay equals 4 behavior techs. If you must lay off, then lay off assistant principals. We don't need 4 at the high schools. Please don't rehire a high-paid administrator. It is a very stressful time, and we need to be more compassionate and not be doing classified layoffs at this time. We are truly needed by our students. They will be losing out on their education. Thank you for your time. From Cindy Engebretson. Dear trustees, I urge you not to renew the contract of Kristen Schaus, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education. You are proposing to cut 7 positions for special education aides disproportionately in the severe moderate programs where they are needed most. These aides make very little money but are so important. In contrast, you are considering renewing an administrative contract for over $160,000 per year. This would be a disgraceful choice to cut our classroom aides and renew this administrative contract. Cuts need to be made as far from the classroom as possible. Don't cut your frontline workers while renewing expensive administrative contracts. From Renee Munoz. Dear board members, I saw on the public agenda that one of the items up for discussion at today's meeting is the renewal of Kristen Schaus's contract. I would like to say that as a teacher, I understand that our current financial status is not strong for next year. However, there are some positions that are essential. Kristen's is one of them. She has been with us for a short amount of time, and yet she has been a strong force in the development of inclusionary practices at a secondary level. Her work with the PBIS team is yet another way that she continues to support our students, creating a positive culture in our schools. Thank you for your time. From Shelley Dixon, how are assistant superintendents of secondary schools being automatically re-needed at the expense of all these layoffs, especially SPED, moderate, severe? From Nancy Vega, reaching out to voice my concern regarding 2 issues which you'll be voting today. I am not in favor of the renewal of the contract for the assistant superintendent and layoff of classified employees such as instructional assistants and behavior assistants. And that is what I have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any discussion from the board?
Hi, it's Kim.
Kim, go ahead.
I've had the pleasure of watching Kristen Schaus grow into the role here in Pajaro Valley. She's got an amazing background working with social emotional issues with kids. We know that so many of the students that we have in our district come from families where there's gang activity. Kristen has those tools in her toolkit, having worked, I think, was it probation, Kristen? Is she on right now?
Yes, she's there.
I am, and that's correct.
Yeah, she worked in probation, so she has those tools in her toolkit. So many of our kids come from families that have just difficult circumstances, poverty, and many, many other things sort of stacked against them. And Kristen really gets it. And she's able to offer that perspective and along with the tools to go with it to our secondary schools. I've been very, very pleased with her performance. And I'm glad she's in our district. I know she drives the hill to get here every day, or at least she used to. I don't know where you live now, Kristen, but the commitment that you've shown to our district, I think, is excellent. You're a valued part of our team, and I'm very glad that you're here, and I will be supporting your contract tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion from anybody?
Yes. Hi. I think Kristen is a valuable part of the team, but I think that the timing of the renewal of this contract is not very wise. You know, we just voted about laying off a bunch of workers, and now we're going to vote for another contract here. Is there a way that we can defer this vote to a June meeting?
No, because if the vote does not pass, it's not fair to her.
Okay.
She, at this point, it would be a challenge for her to get another job, no less. I mean, this should have been brought up months ago. We were waiting. Frankly, COVID kind of pushed it off. We had originally slated to bring all the contracts in February, and now we're just bringing hers. But it's not, we're not able to do it because she needs to know whether or not she has a job.
Thank you.
Trustee Holm, did you want to say something?
For the benefit of the public, Dr. Rodriguez or Kristen or Ms. Schaus, can you speak a little bit to what an assistant superintendent of secondary does? like what the role is and how it affects our district?
Sure. So I'll speak globally, and then Chris can speak to the other. I think one thing that we know is when you have a strong assistant superintendent, then you're able to make more growth, student growth within the programs. So prior to Lisa's going in to being assistant sup of curriculum and instruction, she was our assistant superintendent of elementary. And you look at the progress that they've been able to make with her leadership of the principals. I think Kristen is now doing that at the secondary level. And so for me, it is really about having someone who knows the vision, knows the pathway, and is able to work effectively with our principals, effectively with our directors and coordinators in service of our students. And so she not only takes care of program issues, but she also supports any parent issues that we have. She holds meetings with principals, assistant principals, especially through this COVID piece. She has been the one that has been working on ensuring the learning expectations were clear with the principals. She helped support what the graduation process is going to look like, or she helped lead that. And then specifically areas where we were not successful before, within a year, we have now become successful. So PVIS was started to be rolled out years ago. And it was just until this past year that, and that's why I mentioned it, that we even were eligible for the PVIS Coalition Awards. And that's because we finally got our implementation to a level where it was secure. Safety is a huge issue for our sites, and gun safety, and she helped ensure that every single employee in this district has, unless they were absent, has attended the ALICE training. So we are now, if tragedy was to strike, we would be much more prepared than we were before. We have to now go to the student level, but administration was trained, and staff was trained, both certificated and classified. And so those are things, because of her skill set, that she brings. But it's everything from working with Lisa on curriculum and instruction, to parent concerns, to making sure that we have a singular message. Because in the past, a lot of times there was a lot of question about what is the district expectations, what is the district messaging, and we ensure that we're all in alignment. And so that means that we can do better things for students. Chris, is there other things you'd like to add?
This is hard on this side as well, right? I think in regards to some additional pieces that I've contributed to heavily, it's addressing our youth truth survey pieces. We definitely have alignment pieces where we can do better. We can do better by our kids, and through looking through the board policies and the practices that we have, creating equitable environments for our kids and our sites. In addition, I've led the charge with our equity audit pieces in the past 2 years, working with our collaborative groups and our partnerships throughout the community. I have direct oversight of our student services department, as well as our extended learning department, which are huge and integral into what we do. Dr. Rodriguez already referenced my background in regards to being able to support those two pieces. I've worked collaboratively with our social emotional counselors to bring additional alignment to our sites. We're just at the front of the rest of the work that needs to be done to really get our schools to where we need to be. To Mr. Serpa's point, I am more than committed to PVUSD. I came here for a reason. I want to be able to be involved in the work moving forward. And some of the additional pieces that we were able to put into place through the low performing block grant, we're looking at the PLC collaboration times where teachers are released to be able to work with each other to get alignment pieces. We do a similar model with our principals, where it's moving their pieces as well in regards to what they're seeing instructionally, and mirroring the feedback that we are able to give folks for bettering the environment for our students. And I will leave it with that.
Is there any more discussion from the board?
Yeah, if I may just jump in.
Yeah, go for it, Maria.
Thank you. So this, in the 8 years that I've been on the board, this is actually the first time that I've actually had multiple counselors reach out to me and say that they admire, that she's admired by the counseling staff for her efforts to create unity, understanding of counseling standards, collaboration opportunities, and alignment. This also actually the first time where we get emails saying that while we know that district needs to make cuts, losing her will be a detriment to the district. And I think, that goes to show her commitment and the fact that she listens and is able to implement those changes that impact the work environment of our counselors, but most importantly, the direct services that are offered to our students through our counseling and other departments that she oversees. So thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Trustee Acosta, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, President Trustee Dodge Jr. Kristen, I know that, I have no qualm with you whatsoever, and I have not heard, I know you're not a direct report to the board. You are to the superintendent. I have not heard her speak anything ill will or negatively about you in any way. My interactions with you have been positive, as well as other feedback I've gotten from the community as well. But as you know full well, I did not vote to approve your initial contract with this district because at the time we were in a very contentious negotiation situation with our union. And I said I would not supporting any more admin contracts while in that current situation, which is a very similar scenario to the situation we are once again in now, based on the direction of the district administration. So with that, I will not be voting to support your renewal of your contract. Again, also going back to the March 11th board meeting, the superintendent was given a very specific directive by not only me, but several other governing board members to specifically look at her cabinet, which she has not done. I believe it was prior to the superintendent coming to the district that the position for the assistant superintendent of curriculum, that was a director role, not a cabinet member role. So by past practice, we know full well and very well that that role can exist in a non-cabinet level, at least that one. And we have not, as a governing board, taken any serious look at the cabinet and the level of cabinet members we have and the contracts for the cabinet members. Until this governing board is willing to do that, I will not continue to support any other cabinet admin contracts for that. So thank you for your work, Kristen. I do appreciate it. I do respect it. And no, this isn't even a personal matter. This is a matter of actually what's responsible to do. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion from the board? Is there a motion to support agenda item 8.11? Do I have a motion?
I'll give you a motion. I'll give a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
It's
So all in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Or Trustee Holm, did you vote?
I did. I
Okay.
voted aye. I voted yes.
Okay.
President Trustee Dodge Jr., can you just record the vote for record, please?
Yes. Yeah.
Four,
Eva,
three. Oh, are you saying to record or you want just record?
5-2.
Yeah, just to record how the vote rolled out.
4-3, correct?
4-3.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next up, agenda item 8.12, contract for Atkinson, Adelson, Loya, Red, and Romo agreement for legal services. Report will be presented by Joe Dominguez.
All right, good evening, Board President Daniel Dodge Jr., members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez. This item is a contract with Atkinson, Allison, Loyal, Root, and Romo, and it's specific to our construction and our bond program. This is the firm, if the board remembers, that helped us and assisted us with the financing and the COP of the district office, and making sure that we had cost savings or cost neutral. And at the end, that was a cost savings to the district. So this is a renewal of the firm, and this will be out of the bond program. So this is not impacted from the general fund. And they are currently assisting us. And year to date, we are minimizing the involvement or the amount of use that we use our law firms. So to date, we've only spent about $12,300 approximately with them on specifically to our bond, finance, and construction. And once again, this will be impacted by our bond program and not the general fund.
Okay, thank you very much. Any public speakers to this item?
No.
Any discussion from the board? All right, could I have a motion to support agenda item 8.12?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 8.13, contract with Atkinson, Adelson, Loya, Red, and Romo agreement for bond counsel services. This report will be presented by Joe Dominguez.
Okay, so this is the same law firm, but this is specific for the transaction that's listed later in the agenda at 8.15 for the bond refinancing. So this agreement has them as bond counsel, and they have a specialized attorney that specializes in bond refinancing and bond counsel services. And so this agreement is specific to this transaction. And I'll share the good news later in the agenda, but the firm and the team has been very successful, and we have some positive news about refinancing our current bonds. And so this agreement is specific to that, and it's transactional, and it's also provided within the bond program.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
No.
Any discussion from the board? Can I have a motion to support this agenda item?
I make a motion to support. Sorry, I'll second.
Okay. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, agenda item 8.14, resolution 19-20-46 to the Santa Cruz County Office of Education to provide temporary cash loan April through June 2021 to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. This report will be by Joe Dominguez.
So and thank you to the board for your support. In March, the Board of Trustees passed the resolution to allow cash borrowing from the Santa Cruz County Treasurer, and also passed a resolution to interfund borrow as we go through this process. But in the event next year that the district needs to borrow from the Santa Cruz County Treasurer, those funds must be repaid by April 29th in accordance with Ed Code 42620. The Santa Cruz County Office of Ed has agreed for all Santa Cruz County schools, school districts in the area that need funds and need to borrow from the county between that time frame up to $5 million. And so this is another option for our district, and it's a proactive measure for next year between the time frame of April 29th to June 30th of 2021. So I'm asking for your support. This is preliminary. This depends on the state economy and the tax revenue. So there's a lot of what if scenarios, but it's definitely being proactive and making sure that we have everything set in order to be prepared.
Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, I believe Bill Beecher sent a PowerPoint. Dr. Rodriguez, do you have that?
Yes, we do. I'm putting it up now for you. Okay.
Is there any more, or was that the only one?
That was, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Trustee Holm, I'm sorry.
There's no more public speakers.
Okay. Any discussion from the board?
Just
Okay.
that I like that it gives us options. You know, I hope we don't have to use it. I really do. But I like having flexibility.
I just have a quick question. So it says we need to pay it back by April 29th of next year?
Yes, so if we do borrow from the county treasurer, we have to pay it back by April 29th. And
So what happens if for some reason we can't?
I couldn't hear, but I guess I can now.
So if we're not able to pay it back, then we're charged additional fees. So it's important to have the resolution in place so that the County Department of Education can authorize loans to districts in this position. And that allows the district to pay the county treasurer back and at a minimal impact to the district.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion from the board? Okay, can I have a motion to support this agenda item?
I'll move
Move approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a first and a second. I will not call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, resolution passes. Next up, agenda item 1.5, adopt resolution number 19-20-40 to authorize issuance, sale, and delivery of Pajaro Valley Unified 2020 general obligation refunding bonds. This report will be by Chief Business Officer Joe Dominguez.
All right, so definitely some positive and great news for our district and more importantly, for our community and our taxpayers. So this item and resolution allows the district to continue go down the path of refinancing our bonds. As you know, of November 2012, Measure L was passed and the very bond issuance were given to the district in that time frame to handle various construction projects throughout. Since then, the district has put together a solid team with Dale Scott Fiscal Advisors, our underwriter company RBC, Atkinson Anderson, Jim Anderson, and then our interim director of fiscal services, Colleen. We worked very hard in working with the finance team and our legal team, and we looked at the bonds that are in place as we speak now, and our current rate for outstanding bonds is 5%. Rate, if we were to continue down the refinancing path in today's market, would drop down to 3.1%. The term and the timeline of the bond does not change. So that's one thing we wanted to make sure to, for our taxpayers, is to keep the term. And so the remaining, that is equal to 23 years. So the current estimated total savings, and this depends on how it is at the market when we go to sell, but it's the savings to the taxpayers at a minimum will be approximately $6 million to our community. The current estimated savings as a percentage of refunded bonds is 11.1%. The estimated average annual tax rate savings through 2043 is $1.20 per $100,000 assessed value. There's no risk to the district if financing is not completed. If we our sale date is May 28th. That's projected. But if the team on that day looks and the market is not favorable for one reason or another, then we can pull back. But right now, it seems like the market has an upswing right now. And so the expected close date is June 18th. And then I would also like to commend the board and our superintendent. We have a very high ranking in our Moody's credit rating, and we're anticipating a AA2, and that is a top tier rating that districts can receive. And so we're very proud of that. And I think it's a great opportunity to take advantage not only of our credit rating, but give a benefit to our community and spread some positive good news. And then as we know, the state economy is going to fluctuate. So I think timing is of the essence. And in closing, I'd just like to thank the entire team that's helped me move this forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
No.
Any discussion from the board?
This is Kim. I have a question for Joe. Joe, I'm sorry if I missed this. I kind of tuned out there for a second. But can you tell me what you think this will, the savings to the taxpayer will be, the individual taxpayer for $100,000 assessed value?
Yeah, so the savings, it's going to be $1.20 per 100,000 assessed value. So as a whole,
$1.20
per 100,000 assessed value. Yes, and total minimum is going to be $6 million for our community, and hopefully we can get more savings, depending how the market is in that period of time. But I believe we can at least get $6 million savings to our taxpayers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion from the board? Okay, is there a motion to support this resolution?
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, we'll now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Next up, report and discussion items. 9.1, report from PVUSD with a summary of data from the California Healthy Kids Survey. Report will be presented by, I'm not sure who's.
Erica Padilla Chavez, she's on the line.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, good evening, Board President Dodge, honorable trustees, Dr. Rodriguez, and esteemed colleagues and virtual community. It gives me great pleasure to join you tonight to present the California Healthy Kids Survey, also known as the CHICS data. Before I go on to introduce tonight's presenters, I would like to take a minute to celebrate the leadership that your board, with the support from your administration, has exerted during these difficult times. I wanted to share with you one of my favorite quotes that I actually have in my office that is frankly getting me through these difficult moments. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in spite of it. And when I think about this quote, I think about PVUSD. And I think about how PVUSD's actions as of late really embrace the spirit, because the reality is, let's face it, we're all working in uncharted territory. From the teachers who have courageously sought for ways to connect with their students, to the classified team that feeds these students every day, to the staff who provides the teachers with all the supports that they need, and then your role as leaders in creating the space like you have tonight to continuously address the needs of your students and the employees. As an outsider looking in, I just want to thank you for the great work that you are doing. I also want to take a minute just to thank President Dodge, who came out a few weeks ago to support us in our food distribution in Pajaro Middle School. So thank you, President Dodge. I want to thank also the members of the board who work in industries that require your presence. I really appreciate, and I know that I join many voices in our community to thank you for your service. Tonight, a group of very talented PVPSA team members will share with you the highlights of the 2018-2019 CHICS data. So we have attempted to provide you with this data in the last few months. Obviously, we got interrupted. And so tonight I want to present to you, I call an amazing trio. Patricia Mata is our manager that leads the policy unit at PVPSA. She holds a master's in social work, and I am proud to say she is a Watsonville High School alum. She is joined by a policy analyst who holds, Crystal Cerda, who holds a master's in public health, and Erika Trejo, who's our tobacco use prevention education coordinator, and she holds a Bachelor of Art in history. I'm very proud to be working alongside such a dedicated and committed group of individuals. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Erika. Erika, are you on? Or Patty? Do you see anybody there?
I do. Yeah, there's 2 additional off campuses.
Let's see. Well, if you would like, Patty is saying she needs to be let in.
Okay, let me go ahead and escape really quick. I'm sorry, hold on. Can you see if he can let her in? I'm frozen. Frozen. Sorry, I'm frozen, so we're trying to get. Oh, there you go. Never mind. I'm gonna stop share really quick. Okay, I'm gonna end them in. Easy guy. All right, I got him in. Now we have a whole truckload of people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Erika, I just introduced you. Erika Trejo. Oh, I see her connecting.
Yeah, she's in there.
Okay, Erika, you're on.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Hi, Erika. So you'll have to let me know when to click for you.
Will do. Great. Thank you so much.
Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you so much, all of you, for giving us the opportunity to come and speak to you guys about the importance of the California Healthy Kids Survey. So just can you hear me?
You cut out. So you're on a cell phone?
You're good, Erika. Go ahead. Erika?
Okay, hello. Can everybody hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So I was getting feedback. So just an overview of our presentation today. So we'll be discussing what the California Healthy Kids Survey is, or CHICS as we commonly refer to it, what PVPSA's role with CHICS is, the grades that receive or are implemented the survey, the modules selected, and areas of focus compared from 2016-17 to 2018-2019. And with that includes the respondent information, school engagement, mental health risks, alcohol, drug, lifetime use, and tobacco use. Okay, next slide, please. So what is the California Healthy Kids Survey? So this survey assesses key indicators linked to a student's success in school, their career, and in their life. It's also the largest statewide survey of resiliency protective factors, risk behaviors, and school climate in the nation. It yields data on several topics related to student health behavior and academic performance. It's frequently cited by state policymakers and the media as a critical component of school improvement efforts. And schools, districts, counties, and the state have a standard tool that promotes a collection of uniform data. Next slide, please. And so what is PVPSA's role? Why are we here presenting to you today? Well, because PVPSA administers a PVUSD survey through funding received from the TUPE or TUPIP grant, right? And this survey takes place every 2 years. 2 years before, it was done in 2017, the year before 2019, and it will be coming again to us in 2021. The California Healthy Kids Survey data is used to assess progress in the LCAP goal area, especially around goal 6 for PVUSD, which aims to create a culture where adults provide a safe, supportive, and positive environment. PVPSA staff coordinates the rollout of the implementation of the survey at all district school sites. This means that the TPIC coordinator engages with everybody in the administrative fields at every school site, from the director of student services, to ensure that everybody is aware that this is coming in. The importance of everybody being part of it, ensuring that students are completing the survey, that schools are participating. So it's a lengthy process that starts way before the survey ever even reaches students from computer. With that, I will also want to point out that we've gone fully digital, and it's just great that we have that access, that students can just complete it and kind of forget about it. PVPSA acts as a liaison between West Ed, which is a company that develops and ushers out every material that we will need for the administration of the California Healthy Kids Survey. And then once the survey is completed, the school district will receive a report of all the responses to the survey. Next page, please, or slide.
I'm trying. It's there you go.
Great. So what grades are selected and why? So the California Healthy Kids Survey targets major transitional years for students. Those transitional years have been identified as being 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, and 11th grade. 5th and 7th grade are naturally selected because they are the baseline comparison for teenage populations. And we also have identified that there's risk taking behavior that's happening around that age groups. And then 9th grade is selected because this is usually the first year for most 14-year-olds who start high school. And there is a high engagement in prevalence of alcohol and drug use during that grade level. The reason why we continue with 11th grade in the secondary school grade levels is because it's also been identified that virtually all students who initiate alcohol and drug use in the secondary school grades will have done so by the end of their 11th grade. So it's a good measure for us to see what has happened between students in the Unified School District. Okay, next slide. So what is asked during the California Healthy Kids Survey? So there are 2 sets of surveys that are handed out. There's a primary school survey, which handles or administers and asks questions about core modules and Cal West module. The core module asks students about school, academics, social environment learning, overall health. And then the Cal Well module asks students about their mental health, access to mental health services, availabilities of adults and peers to provide support. One of the things that we have noted is that in 2019, it was the first time that the mental health question was brought up to students. We obviously don't want to, the California Healthy Kids Survey is very meticulous in ensuring that students receive age-appropriate information. So the question that was asked was how often they felt sad, to gauge kind of their mental health. Okay. Secondary school, I'm sorry, go back. I still need to explain the secondary schools. So the secondary schools modules are a little bit different. The core modules are similar in the sense that they are still asking about school and climate, safety, but the verbiage is a little bit different. With primary schools, it's a lot more simple. With secondary schools, it's a little bit more complex. And even then, because again, the California Healthy Kids Survey wants to make sure that these questions are age appropriate, there's even modules that are specific for middle school and modules specific for high school students. So like I mentioned, the core module asks students about climate, safety, student engagement, student support, bullying, and substance use. For the first time in 2019, students were asked about suicide ideations. They were also asked about sleep duration and quality, and the term Juul was added when students were asked about e-cigarette or tobacco use. And the alcohol and other drug module, that one, again, straightforward, ask students about cannabis use, alcohol use, tobacco, e-cigarette use in their lifetime, in the last 30 days, any perceptions that they might have. And then we also get to hear from students from where they get it and how easy they believe it is to get this substances. And then the drug-free communities module, we complete that because Santa Cruz County is a recipient of the free communities funding. So we take part in that. And again, it provides more in-depth questions about substance use among students in our school district. And then lastly, the social emotional health module, that one asks students about, their empathy, their self-assessment, efficiency, emotional self-regulation, behavioral self-control, things that are, goals for us to understand how kids are gauging themselves. Great, thank you. And then Patty, I'm not sure who's gonna.
Hello?
You're on, Patty, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So we had about 3,217 students that participated in the 2018-2019 checks survey. While the number of respondents did decrease in the non-traditional schools, which is Renaissance and New School, the 11th, 7th, and 5th grades in comparison to the last report, we would like to note that there were approximately 223 ninth graders who responded to this new survey in comparison to the last year. This check survey, even though, like I mentioned, the numbers did decrease, is still statistically valid, and the information is used to collect LCAP priorities. Next. We're also happy to share that overall the students are reporting feeling more connected. This slide specifically talks about school connectiveness. So they're feeling more connected in their schools in comparison to the 2016-2017 check survey. The most notable change was among the 5th grade respondents. We saw a 13% increase in the school connectiveness, followed by a 9% increase by the 7th grade respondents. Also, we would like to note that half of the respondents were reporting feeling happy to be at their schools and also feel that they are treated fairly by their teachers. In addition to that, we have about an average 60% of respondents in grades 5th through 11 that answered feeling feeling heard when they have something to say, and also feel that they are adults on campus who care about them. Next. When we're talking about school safety, oops, sorry, I lost my spot. When we're talking about school safety, the results for the main part remain about the same in comparison to the 2016-2017 checks report. Over half of the respondents feel safe in their schools, but the most significant change was in the non-traditional schools. Once again, this is New School and Renaissance. There was approximately a 23% increase in students who reported feeling very safe or safe at school. That went from a 50% to a 73% increase. And the other grades remained about the same, between a 1 to 3% variation increase. When we asked PVUSD staff how they felt about this question, 91% of PVUSD staff also agreed or strongly agreed that their schools were or are a safe place for their students. Next. Mental health risk. This bar graph represents the percentage of students in the 7th through 11th grades who reported feeling chronic sadness or hopelessness. Students were specifically asked were asked the following question. During the past 12 months, did you ever feel sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more that you stopped doing the same usual activities? So if we're looking at the graph, you'll notice that there was an increase of chronic sadness or feelings of hopelessness among 9th and 11th grade students, while there was a slight decrease among the 7th grade respondents, and for non-traditional schools, the respondents remained about the same. Like Erica mentioned earlier, this year was the first year that 5th graders were asked to respond to the questions, do you feel sad? And they were provided with 4 different answer options. 18% of the 5th grader respondents reported feeling sad, yes, most of the time, or yes, all the time. Us at PVPSA and also the school district, we believe that mental health is one of our priorities or areas of focus. We are doing a lot of work around the emotional well-being of students, and we are continuing to identify new ways to improve supports and increase the capacity to serve more students in our schools. Next.
Okay. 1 second. Okay.
And Crystal's gonna take over this one.
Your audio, Crystal.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Patty. This question asks students if they have ever consumed alcohol in their lifetime. The percentage of students that have consumed alcohol decreased across the board, more significantly with non-traditional students from 57 to 27%. 11th grade decreased from 36 to 30, 9th from 25 to 23, 7th from 16 to 12, and 5th from 19 to 14. At PVPSA, we pride ourselves at continually providing students an opportunity to address their drug use. We have seen an increase in numbers for students we serve regarding alcohol or other drug use, and we have done more prevention work. We are proud to see that all these numbers have decreased across the board. It speaks to all of the work we are doing, and we should celebrate this reduction. Next slide, please. This question also asks students if they have ever used marijuana in their lifetime. Marijuana use stayed about the same with like a 1 to 3% variation, except for non-traditional students. It decreased significantly from 70 to 50%. 11th grade decreased from 31 to 28%, 9th grade from 20 to 21. It actually increased 1%, and 7th graders decreased from 9 to 8%. Next slide. This graph shows the percentage of students noting no or slight risk in using marijuana once or twice a week. Last school year, or in school year 16-17, 7% of the students reported that marijuana was not harmful. In 18-19, significantly more students reported that marijuana posed no or slight risk. This increase signals an increase in what we're calling normalization or of marijuana use among students. At PVPSA, we often get requests to present on the dangers of marijuana. More school personnel has noticed normalization of use of this substance, and it is clearly articulated in this data. Next slide. This question asks if the student has ever used electronic cigarettes or other vaping devices. E-cigarette use mostly stayed the same with a 1 to 3% variation. It decreased with non-traditional students from 37 to 17%. It increased a little bit for 11th graders from 22 to 24%, and for 9th graders, it stayed about the same at 21%. And 7th grade decreased from 13 to 11%. 5th grade also decreased from 5 to 3%. But given this data and like the recent vaping epidemic among youth, PVPSA worked hard to address this at the policy level with the help of students, and in the Empower Watsonville Youth, worked really hard to change local policy around accessibility of flavored tobacco products. Given the advocacy of students at city council level, the council unanimously approved to eliminate flavored tobacco and sell of cigarettes in Watsonville. And next slide. And that's it for now. I'll leave it if you guys have any other questions.
So at this time, if any board member has any particular questions around the data point?
Real quick, Erika, I just wanted to ask if there's any public speakers to this discussion item. Trustee Hall?
No, there are not.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board?
For me, just thank you for the work that you're doing. I mean, this kind of advocacy, you know, it's preventing long-term health issues from some of these substances. And so just thank you.
Well, and we also want to thank the board, because I understand recently you guys voted to take on a big company that I know other districts have also joined in a class action suit around the Joel company. That definitely adds to the work that the student community with the staff is doing to protect our youth.
It is.
I just wanted to say thank you always. You guys do such a great job, and thank you for all of your advocacy with the dispensaries that we had going on. But also just a question, do you guys have any idea why the non-traditional school participation dropped in the survey?
Yeah. Some of when we analyze the data, we always try to understand what changed from the prior checks, what has been happening at the school system. So clearly we've been anteing up a lot more of our substance abuse delivery at non-traditional schools. So we're able to be there at the school site. That's one thing. Coupled with the great work that Kristen with the principals at these schools have been doing to strengthen the wraparound supports for students. I think that has a lot to do with it as well. And frankly, they're smaller communities. The size of the student body in the non-traditional schools are smaller. And so because there's been a lot more attention to their socio-emotional well-being, I think that speaks to what you're seeing in terms of the decline.
So I just want to say, I love the fact that you're here, PVPSA. So glad that you're with our school district. So good that you're here. I think their perceptions on marijuana is because marijuana is becoming so, prevalent everywhere, and everybody states have passed all these laws allowing more marijuana use and blah, blah, blah. So that's changing students' opinions too, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. And we heard a lot from different school administrators and teachers that they were seeing a combination of marijuana use and vapes at their school grounds. I know there's been a lot of focus and work around that area. And one of the things that we want to monitor is as we're seeing the decrease in the perception of harm, we want to make sure we're monitoring use, right?
Exactly.
As you noticed in the data, the data doesn't signal that there has been at least the students that responded, an increase in marijuana use. So it's something we need to keep in mind. I know the team has a CHIC survey to begin to prepare for the next school year. So it'll be interesting to come back to the board and show you a 3-year trend with regard to perception of harm and marijuana use. We will certainly do that.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So I'm so glad we're taking on the company, Jewel, on the vaping stuff. And I think the city council and everyone here in the community really wants to deal with that issue too, which is good.
Erica, if I may, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you speak to the decline in participation in the survey?
Yeah.
Were you able to identify what contributed to that?
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and ask Erica Trejo to unmute herself. She is our coordinator that worked very closely with school personnel to activate student participation. Erica, would you like to speak to that question?
Hi, yes, thank you so much. It's, we really go out there, we try our best to ensure that every school site is participating. Unfortunately, one of our school sites, they were undergoing administrative changes, so there was a drop in that. They were still able to support us in the best way that they could. But then there's also like shifts of student size body changes as well. Most of our school sites set one specific day for them to deliver this survey. And if students are not in attendance, they cannot capture that, unfortunately. So there is that decrease in numbers as well.
Got it. Thank you for that. And I guess just to comment, it's nice to see the students feel more connected to our schools. So I know we've been doing some good work in that regard, especially at the middle school level with the block grant and the work that Kristen has been doing there. So that's really nice to see. We want kids to feel safe and we want kids to look forward to attending schools. As far as the decrease in several of the areas for non-traditional schools, obviously we're doing something right there. So I think it'll be nice to just look at the best practices that we have at the non-traditional schools. And if we're able to sort of mirror what we're doing at, at that level to support our other schools. So thank you so much, Erica, and the team for staying.
I was just want to say, in terms of the non-traditional schools, the fact that they've got different principals there than they had before, I think that makes a big difference. The principals of those two schools are really right there with their students. I mean, really working hard with their students. So I think the principals make a big difference too in the non-traditional schools. Yeah.
I also just, was there somebody else?
I do. President Trustee Dodge Jr., thank you. I do have a questions for Erica Padilla. Are you still on?
Oh, yes, Georgia, I can hear you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's nice to hear you and see you. So could you just reiterate, for our public, what is meant by the non-traditional schools, non-traditional student, what that means?
Yes, it's actually a classification that is used by WestEd, which again is the administrator for this survey that is done across the state with all the districts. And so for students that attend a school that is not your mainstream high school or middle school, we know schools have different structures for providing instructions. They qualify those students or those schools as NT, non-traditional. Vary in their form and in the type of schools that they comprise, but they're definitely schools that have students in the grades that get surveyed. As Erica mentioned, what is it, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th graders? And that's really how it's defined. It's a broad category that WestEd uses.
So it's not just specific to charter schools per se.
No, most, in fact, charter schools are not included in the survey.
Okay.
The survey is maintained specifically for publicly supported direct schools to districts, not charter schools.
Well, because we have a mixture of independent and dependent charter schools. So I guess that's why I was asking for clarification, because
yeah,
I think it might just be confusing to the public what that really means.
Yes, I can see your point. I know in past years we discussed the possibility of maybe figuring out a way to include would it be your independent charter schools or your dependent charter schools, whatever the wishes of the board may be.
Maybe two separate categories
Maybe there is an opportunity for us to be working closely with your administration to assess which schools the board may want to query in this upcoming survey. And we can certainly work with WestEd to identify those particular school sites.
Well, and then the other concerning point that I would have, right, that you're probably, well aware of as I am, is that with surveys, sometimes there can be self-revealing factors in a survey, right? And that's got to be cautioned too, if we're trying to isolate data based on that type of information. So that was just a concerning point. But definitely, room for more conversation in the future to identify that, especially to be clear for our community. I know Patty spoke about the increase in mental health risk. I believe it was, I think at our March 29th board meeting that myself, as well as several of my colleagues, had brought up concerns about increased mental health risk and issues, and not just mental, but also physical violence, and hoping to have a resource of help with our community partners, such as PVUSD, for students that, normally school is an escape, right? Maybe a very abusive situation in the home. Is there anything that you could speak to about that because I know this survey was about the past 12 months, but what is being actively currently done? Could you just enlighten us?
Sure.
Anything?
Well, yes, thank you for that question, Trustee Acosta. Let me give you a little bit of information of what we are doing in light of COVID. We recognize that, frankly, all of us are feeling a lot more anxious. And we recognize that for our student community, the break in their daily patterns is certainly contributing and perhaps exacerbating what this data is revealing. So some of the things that we've been able to do is with some school sites, the administrative team has asked us if there would be a way where we could convene virtual groups for our student community, or we're really just creating a space for them to feel connected to each other, usually guide and facilitate a conversation with them. That's actually been very popular with the student community. Is starting to gain traction. So we're trying to do a lot of that virtually in as much as we can to stay connected to the student community. But does that answer your question, Georgia?
Yeah, I think so. And what sort of other support services, I mean, are, for instance, so I'm a professor at Cal State University Monterey Bay, and we have the Personal Growth and Counseling Center, which is available 24/7 to our students, right? Even now, with consideration, because we do see a heightened increase with already emotional issues, especially depression. I mean, this situation is just it's just catastrophic to somebody who already suffers with those issues, right?
Yeah.
So do you have, is PVPSA offering anything of that sort?
Yep.
Or are we needing to tap also other resources to be just to make sure we're available to our community, our students, particularly who might be in a more at-risk situation?
Yeah, I'm happy to report, and I know that I have to wrap up because you have a timeline for your meeting. I'm happy to report that we are serving a lot more students in the last probably 3 to 4 weeks. We've seen an increase in requests for our services. We are providing still face-to-face services for clients using a lot of public health guidelines that we have to adhere to comply with county regulatory restrictions. And what I can tell you is that all of our clients receive information as to a number to call anytime in the day or at night when they're feeling a sense of distress. And we are a part of a bigger county mental health system, so we're not alone, meaning that if we're not open for business, an entire system that supports us is there to respond and to be of support to our students. So we do a lot of connections with our county mental health system and other partners in the county. And we're a part of that mental health and substance abuse ecosystem in the region. So trust that I'm not going to say, oh, 100% we're there every time for the student, because I think we all, as a system, are trying very hard to be there. But we are providing care. We do see students on the weekends. We do provide care for families on the weekends and late into the evening. And we're very proud to be doing that, especially right now.
Well, with that, I'll say thank you for all of your energy, effort, and services, and all you're doing for our community and for our students here at PVUSD. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
President Dodge?
Yes.
Hi, can I just make one comment and ask a question?
Yeah.
Erica, that was a great presentation. A lot of positive findings there. Just for the public's knowledge, and I know this isn't like a presentation about PVPSA necessarily, but I just want to highlight for everybody, since you started your role there as the executive director, how has your budget changed so that you can serve more kids and families?
We've doubled our resources that we've been able to leverage from federal and state aid, meaning that essentially we've sought state and federal resources to bring to our student community. And that just means more service that we're able to provide to our student community. I also just want to, and I'll leave the presentation with this. I'm very proud of the work we're doing with the Student Services Department, working closely with Kristen and Greg and Rick to align our collaborative efforts with your social emotional counselors on campus. We've been doing a lot of work around that. I'm super excited about the efforts we have underway because it is about maximizing the resources that we collectively have so that we can serve more students. And that's a whole different presentation that I'd be happy to share maybe when things get a little bit better for all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Patricia, Erika, and Crystal for what you do in the community. I'm out there as well. I see what's going on. It's always good to see you guys. And thank you, Erika, for help build that new building that will help a lot of students and children, especially in my district. And thank you for putting that together. And thank you for your report.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you too.
So President Dodge, would you like staff to defer the second presentation? I just want to make sure that we have that we can approve action items and do the report out in time.
Yeah, we can go ahead to consent agenda, correct?
I'm sorry, Lisa. So we'll do it later.
So
LCAP.
Yeah, but would we have to take a vote on that?
Yeah.
To amend the agenda, I think you do.
Yeah,
Okay.
It would be best for you to amend the agenda to postpone until the following board meeting.
Okay, so could someone make that motion?
I'll move to table 9.2 until the next board meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, can I go with that? Can I go ahead and vote? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? I support that as well. Okay, consent agenda item 10. Consent items are routine items coming before the board. Are there any public speakers to the consent agenda?
There are not.
Are there any items the board wishes to defer?
I'd like to approve the consent agenda, President Trustee Dodge Jr. with deferring items 10.8, 10.9, and 10.13.
Okay,
If any one of my colleagues have anything else that they would like to defer, I'd be open to amending my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, and 10.7, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Agenda item 10.8, change order number 2 and completion for Lakeview Middle School outdoor multi-use pavilion project. Trustee Acosta.
So again, I'm going to draw the attention to really 10.8, 10.9, 10.10. They're all change orders. They're not first change orders. And so this has been repeatedly brought up with the previous governing board, even with this governing board and myself. So I would just like some elaboration on what is going on that we're having so many change orders in these construction projects and not the foresight to foresee some of these things.
So specific, this is Joe, specific to 10.8, the change order for Lakeview, that was actually some ADA upgrades that we requested, and we were able to include in this additional scope. And so we got 2 additional handicap parking spots, and then also the slope of the asphalt and the curb and cement walkway. And so that So that
Could
was,
you elaborate on what you meant by ADA upgrades that you were allowed to request? What do you mean by that?
so the ADA upgrades in the front parking lot was an additional the 2 handicap parking spots that we added, along with the new walkway to the main and the front curb of the school. And so the district, we got estimates to complete that work, and we were able to get some cost savings in those estimates. And so we went with the lowest price. And so we were able to get the 2 handicap parking spots with the work done in the parking lot and the sidewalk. And so we added that scope to the project. So it was actually a benefit. It was a district request.
Okay, right. So, but did we not foresee that that was something that might need to be done before the project went to bid?
Initially we did not, and it was actually a benefit once we got the bidding that the dollars amounts came in lower than we anticipated. So it was actually a positive for us to say, well, can we get the work done now?
And it's always nice when it's a positive, but it's just still a question as to why it's an afterthought, if you will.
Yeah, I think in preliminary, we thought we could not accomplish it with the funding. And then as we went down the project timeline, we realized that it was something that can be accomplished. And so we were able to get it done.
Okay. And then 10.9, the Watsonville High School cafeteria.
I'm sorry, but we need to vote on that item before
Well, my question is really kind of pertain to all three the same question. So if he could just, if Joe could be allowed to elaborate, I'll be happy to move back to vote on it individually, of course.
So for 10.9, there was some, it came back to the kitchen equipment that we reviewed. And so there was some changes, and it wasn't the equipment, it was actually the manufacturer. And because of that, I would say the size or clearance radius was different from the manufacturer. And so one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we made it fully functional. And I think when we have this ribbon cutting ceremony, the board and I know the site principal and staff are very pleased, but we had to widen some of the thresholds or the doorways for the new kitchen equipment and making sure that we had the necessary clearance. So that was one of the major components of this change order. And then there was some, as we're going through this, we also realized we can also address some of the infrastructure. So the grease traps and those items were also included. So we're able to capture that. And also on the exterior side, we said if we're going to replace the interior component, we might as well look at the exterior. And so we're able to demolish some of the asphalt on the outside and replace the lines. So kind of talk about the foresight and provide the new infrastructure. So you don't have a new internal system on the inside of the building, and then on the outside you have an old line. So we made sure to do both. So that's specifically to Watsonville High School.
So I get that part of it, but the initial part that you were speaking to with the distributor vendor, why would the changes in the sizing not be on them and be on the district or the contractor?
Yeah, it's a change order, and it's mutual between the contractor and the district. And there's limited or there's specific vendors or manufacturers of the kitchen school equipment, the warmers, the stoves, etc. And so we're kind of, with the budget, we're given a menu of items that we need, and then those measurements of that equipment is from that menu is kind of set. So we just have to adjust. And we did adjust with the project budget in making sure that we stay within the parameters of the budget. But however, the measurements of some of this equipment was a little different than what we anticipated.
I guess I'm not sure if I feel comfortable that really answered my question about why is that on the district and not on the vendor or the contractor?
Yeah, it's the district request of the specific equipment within the given space. So it's the district's, if you want to say, choice for the certain type of equipment. and we are limited on the space. So how we make it work in that space. So the district could choose a smaller piece of equipment that would fit in that space, but then it wouldn't meet our purposes or the need of what we want to service. So that's
Okay.
So I guess that the equipment and the size of the equipment, yes, it's a district prerogative to choose that.
Thank you. Okay, that elaboration explains that to me. And what about the playfield projects at PV High?
So with PV High, there was additional sections, so a district request for Home of the Grizzlies. So one of the things about school pride and some feedback from students was we really wanted to highlight that. And so we're adding Home of the Grizzlies to the section banner. And because of that, that's going to need some additional footing and some work and rebar and some cement work. And so that's also a positive, but it's also something we're going to get for our students or the school site community. And so that was that piece. One of the things that we did uncover is the site itself. And doing our grading, well, we found out there was a footing in a wall that had a lack of proper drainage. And so it needed additional grading in a certain area so we can make sure we provide the proper drainage. And so that was unforeseen until you get into construction, you get out and you start excavating and grading. And we came to fruition that we needed to grade differently in that area.
It seems like we've run into a few of those issues out there, though, with the grading and the excavation and the stabilization of the ground, if you will.
Yes, I think one of the items that the team is working hard on is making sure that we're compacting. And I know the weather contributes, but it's also just the soil itself in that area. And so we are proceeding, but yes, it's we're trying to stay on top of it as much as we can. And the team is analyzing it on a weekly basis.
Yeah, that was something I was going to say. It's the topography of the ground out there and what it is. I think it's by default kind of the nature of where that school is. So I thank you for your explanations, Joe. So with that, I will make an motion to approve consent agenda item 10.8.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Agenda item 10.9.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 10.9.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor of item 10.9, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Agenda item 10.10.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 10.10.
Second.
All in favor of agenda item 10.10, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right, there you go. And so, do we have any reports out of closed session?
Yes.
Yes. So for motion number 1 for closed session item 2.1, I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on April 29th, 2020 with 53 and 38 additional action items.
Second.
All right, all in favor of
Aye.
supporting that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
And on regarding closed session item 2.2, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on April 29th, 2020 with 20 and 2 additional action items.
Is
Second.
there a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Is that it?
And just the PVUSD Governing Board of Trustees is pleased to announce the appointment of Ms. Nicole Marsh to the position of Coordinator of Early Literacy. A longtime educator with a wealth of experience, Ms. Marsh brings outstanding skill sets and knowledge to this position. Since 2013, she has served in her current position as Academic Coordinator at Bradley Elementary, where she initially served as a Reading Intervention ELS teacher. She has a profound working knowledge of the PVUSD EL Master Plan, reading proficiency goals, and understands the importance of data-driven instruction and assessment while continuing to be critical to the implementation of SIPs. Ms. Marsh previously served as the Director of Education for Youth Now Student Center, teacher mentor, 8th grade language arts teacher at Monte Vista Christian, 7th grade teacher at Mission Hills Middle, and 7th grade language arts and Spanish teacher at Green Valley Christian School. She also has a wide breadth of experience in the elementary education, serving as a 5th and 6th grade teacher at Natural Bridges, as well as a 4th and 5th grade at Bridle Mile Elementary in Portland. Ms. Marsh was an instructional designer at Granite Construction Company. She has a bachelor's degree in liberal studies and a master's in education, along with teaching and administrative services credentials. She looks forward to serving our community in this new endeavor and continuing the critical work for early literacy. We are proud to welcome one of our own as the new coordinator of early literacy.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
then for item 2.6, workers' compensation claim 8106-04-0126. The board voted with a 7-0-0 vote to provide settlement authority to close multiple claims for workers' compensation claim number 8106-04-0126.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next upcoming meeting will be scheduled for May 13th, 2020, and we will be doing this again. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Adjourned.
Night.